of electrical solutions that power power generation, smart homes and buildings, and occupational health and safety. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at ELECRAMA 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. ELECRAMA promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the ELECRAMA experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at ELECRAMA 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of ELECRAMA 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at ELECRAMA 2025.
ELECRAMA 2023. The 15th edition of world's largest electrical show was organized from 18th to 22nd February 2023 at India Expo Mart, Greater Noida, with the theme Reimagine Energy for a Sustainable Future. ELECRAMA 2023 brought in focus the increasing importance of electricity as the energy source with emphasis on sustainability, innovation and safety. The exhibition showcased the strategic depth of Indian electrical industry to be the supply chain partner of the world. ELECRAMA 2023 had it all. Thousands of innovative products and technologies on display, thought-provoking conference tracks, buyer-seller meets and business sessions, spread over a gross exhibition area of 110,000 square meter, close to 1,000 exhibitors, 350,000 plus visitor footfalls over 5 days, 15,000 plus buyer-seller meetings. The 2023 edition of the exhibition was true to its claim as the world's largest electricity show. The overwhelming response is testimony to the global interest in India. The exhibition was inaugurated by the Power Man of India, Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India.
From 2014-2015 onwards, it is our sector which has powered the growth of this country. And what we have done, we can be proud of. I require to invest 2,44,000 crores more from what I have invested in the transmission system. The scale of the transmission lines, HT lines, LT lines, transformers, meters required between now and 2030 will just double.
President Mr. Rohit Pathak emphasized the growing importance of India in global supply chain.
आज भारत आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है और आगे विश्व भारत पर निर्भर होगा. Proactively participate in the global opportunity, especially given the evolving geopolitical scenario. Even as India will see rapid growth, I urge you all not to ignore the export opportunity.
Chairman ELECRAMA 2023, Mr. Jitendra K. Agrawal, while welcoming all, spoke about the key highlights of next 5 days.
New generation tech and focus on new energies at the eTech Next. Latest in the World Utility Summit, 700 buyers through RBSM for the pre-scheduled meetings. More than 15,000 pre-scheduled meetings are already decided with the buyers and the exhibitors. 300 utility buyers from almost all places of the country.
The star-studded inaugural was also addressed by Mr. Jean-Paul Tricoire, Global CEO, Schneider Electric, and Mr. Satish Pai, Managing Director, Hindalco Industries. ELECRAMA 2023 was privileged to host a special plenary by Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of India. Mr. Goyal emphasized the importance of quality.
ELECRAMA has of course become an institution. The electrical industry certainly makes India proud of its work both in India and internationally. I think the time has now come that what was said earlier, let the world be dependent on India, let the world become our stage. Make it known to the world that India can be a reliable and a trusted partner in their energy needs, in their energy efficiency programs, in their transition programs to clean energy, and the strength that this industry has demonstrated over the years gives me the confidence that you can do it, and I hope you will do it.
The who's who of Indian electrical equipment manufacturing industry rubbed shoulders with policymakers and global CEOs and other key dignitaries. ELECRAMA boosted international relationships through presence of international visitors from 87 countries, buyer-seller meets and business delegations. IEEMA also signed several MOUs with international counterpart associations. RBSM featured 700 plus foreign buyers from 75 plus countries in Africa, ASEAN, CIS, SAARC, Middle East, Europe and North America. DBSM had a strong Indian participation and hosted 300 plus procurement officials from 90 plus utilities and 35 non-utility buyers. The reverse buyer-seller meet, RBSM, and domestic buyer-sellers meet, DBSM, held this time, opened the world market with around 15,000 plus B2B meeting, which resulted into generation of business inquiries worth $10 billion. Specific business-oriented session on opportunities in railways and defense were also held. Key firsts at this edition included closed-door CEOs roundtable with Power Minister. Electraverse Startup Challenge Awards, where top 3 startups were awarded. 12 shortlisted startup companies were given space in Startup Pavilion, showcasing new tech. The flagship event also served as thought leadership platform that drives the future of power sector. The third edition of eTech Next focused on new energies, sustainable buildings and capital raise for massive investments required in new tech. The fourth edition of World Utility Summit with the theme Sustainable Transformation of Utilities saw participation from 55 utilities and speakers from abroad. Chief guest Mr. Alok Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Power, joined the conference virtually. Women in Power Pavilion continued with its objective of providing a platform for women in power sector to discuss their challenges and achievements. Success of any exhibition is centered on the visitors it attracts. A well-rounded promotion campaign was carried out to attract highest ever unique visitor numbers. Visitor experience got special focus this time, for which a range of new features and services were introduced. The 5 days event concluded with a valedictory session where the newly introduced Electraverse Spark Awards and the Best Display, Best Product Awards were given. ELECRAMA 2025 will provide yet another memorable experience for those involved. See you at ELECRAMA 2025.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है।
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at ELECRAMA 2025. ELECRAMA is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. ELECRAMA is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, for the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, ELECRAMA 2025 will focus in emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, digitalization, automation and energy efficiency. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated theme pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage, automation, motion and drives, power generation, smart homes and buildings, and occupational health and safety. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at ELECRAMA 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. ELECRAMA promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the ELECRAMA experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology innovations, solutions ends here at ELECRAMA 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of ELECRAMA 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at ELECRAMA 2025.
ELECRAMA 2023. The 15th edition of world's largest electrical show was organized from 18th to 22nd February 2023 at India Expo Mart, Greater Noida, with the theme Reimagine Energy for a Sustainable Future. ELECRAMA 2023 brought in focus the increasing importance of electricity as the energy source with emphasis on sustainability, innovation and safety. The exhibition showcased the strategic depth of Indian electrical industry to be the supply chain partner of the world. ELECRAMA 2023 had it all. Thousands of innovative products and technologies on display, thought-provoking conference tracks, buyer-seller meets and business sessions, spread over a gross exhibition area of 110,000 square meter, close to 1,000 exhibitors, 350,000 plus visitor footfalls over 5 days, 15,000 plus buyer-seller meetings. The 2023 edition of the exhibition was true to its claim as the world's largest electricity show. The overwhelming response is testimony to the global interest in India. The exhibition was inaugurated by the Power Man of India, Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India.
From 2014-2015 onwards, it is our sector which has powered the growth of this country. And what we have done, we can be proud of. I require to invest 2,44,000 crores more from what I have invested in the transmission. The scale of the transmission lines, ST lines, LT lines, transformers, meters required between now and 2030 will just double.
President Mr. Rohit Pathak emphasized the growing importance of India in global supply chain.
आज भारत आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है और आगे विश्व भारत पर निर्भर होगा. Proactively participate in the global opportunity, especially given the evolving geopolitical scenario. Even as India will see rapid growth, I urge you all not to ignore the export opportunity.
Chairman ELECRAMA 2023, Mr. Jitendra K. Agrawal, while welcoming all, spoke about the key highlights of next 5 days.
New generation tech and focus on new energies at the E-Tech Next. Latest in the utility in the World Utility Summit, 700 buyers through RBSM for the pre-scheduled meetings. More than 15,000 pre-scheduled meetings are already decided with the buyers and the exhibitors. 300 utility buyers from almost all places of the country.
The star-studded inaugural was also addressed by Mr. Jean-Paul Tricoire, Global CEO, Schneider Electric, and Mr. Satish Pai, Managing Director, Hindalco Industries. ELECRAMA 2023 was privileged to host a special plenary by Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of India. Mr. Goyal emphasized the importance of quality.
ELECRAMA has of course become an institution. The electrical industry certainly makes India proud of its work both in India and internationally. I think the time has now come that what was said earlier, let the world be dependent on India, let the world become our stage. Make it known to the world that India can be a reliable and a trusted partner in their energy needs, in their energy efficiency programs, in their transition programs to clean energy. And the strength that this industry has demonstrated over the years gives me the confidence that you can do it, and I hope you will do it.
The who's who of Indian electrical equipment manufacturing industry rubbed shoulders with policymakers and global CEOs and other key dignitaries. ELECRAMA boosted international relationships through presence of international visitors from 87 countries, buyer-seller meets and business delegations. IEEMA also signed several MOUs with international counterpart associations. RBSM featured 700 plus foreign buyers from 75 plus countries in Africa, ASEAN, CIS, SAARC, Middle East, Europe and North America. DBSM had a strong Indian participation and hosted 300 plus procurement officials from 90 plus utilities and 35 non-utility buyers. The reverse buyer-seller meet, RBSM, and domestic buyer-sellers meet, DBSM, held this time, opened the world market with around 15,000 plus B2B meeting, which resulted into generation of business inquiries worth $10 billion. Specific business-oriented session on opportunities in railways and defense were also held. Key firsts at this edition included closed-door CEOs roundtable with Power Minister. ELECTRAVERSE Startup Challenge Awards, where top 3 startups were awarded. 12 shortlisted startup companies were given space in Startup Pavilion, showcasing new tech. The flagship event also served as thought leadership platform that drives the future of power sector. The third edition of eTech Next focused on new energies, sustainable buildings and capital raise for massive investments required in new tech. The fourth edition of World Utility Summit with the theme Sustainable Transformation of Utilities saw participation from 55 utilities and speakers from abroad. Chief guest Mr. Alok Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Power, joined the conference virtually. Women in Power Pavilion continued with its objective of providing a platform for women in power sector to discuss their challenges and achievements. Success of any exhibition is centered on the visitors it attracts. A well-rounded promotion campaign was carried out to attract highest ever unique visitor numbers. Visitor experience got special focus this time, for which a range of new features and services were introduced. The 5 days event concluded with a valedictory session where the newly introduced ELECTRAVERSE Spark Awards and the Best Display, Best Product Awards were given. ELECRAMA 2025 will provide yet another memorable experience for those involved. See you at ELECRAMA 2025.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है.
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at ELECRAMA 2025. ELECRAMA is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. ELECRAMA is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, for the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, ELECRAMA 2025 will focus in emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, digitalization, automation and energy efficiency. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated theme pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage, automation, motion and drives, power generation, smart homes and buildings, and occupational health and safety. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at ELECRAMA 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. ELECRAMA promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the ELECRAMA experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at ELECRAMA 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of ELECRAMA 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at ELECRAMA 2025.
ELECRAMA 2023. The 15th edition of world's largest electrical show was organized from 18th to 22nd February 2023 at India Expo Mart, Greater Noida, with the theme Reimagine Energy for a Sustainable Future. ELECRAMA 2023 brought in focus the increasing importance of electricity as the energy source with emphasis on sustainability, innovation and safety. The exhibition showcased the strategic depth of Indian electrical industry to be the supply chain partner of the world. ELECRAMA 2023 had it all. Thousands of innovative products and technologies on display, thought-provoking conference tracks, bioseller meets and business sessions, spread over a gross exhibition area of 110,000 square meter, close to 1,000 exhibitors, 350,000 plus visitor footfalls over 5 days, 15,000 plus bioseller meetings. The 2023 edition of the exhibition was true to its claim as the world's largest electricity show. The overwhelming response is testimony to the global interest in India. The exhibition was inaugurated by the Power Man of India, Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India.
From 2014-2015 onwards, it is our sector which has powered the growth of this country. And what we have done, we can be proud of. I require to invest 2,44,000 crores more from what I have invested in the transmission system. The scale of the transmission lines, ST lines, LT lines, transformers, meters required between now and 2030 will just double.
Good morning, everyone. I'd request everyone to kindly be seated. We are about to start EMA Annual Convention. Good morning, everyone. I would request everyone at the back to kindly be seated. We are about to start EMA Annual Convention program. I would like to take this opportunity to invite on stage President EMA, Mr. Hamza Arsiwala, President-elect, Mr. Sunil Singhvi, and Director General EMA, Ms. Charu Mathur, along with the dignitaries, Mr. Ashish Bhandari, MD and CEO, Thermax Limited, Mr. Vimal Kejriwal, MD, KEC International Limited, and Mr. Mohammed Saif, Partner, Ernst & Young. Thank you, sir. May I please request DG to come and give the welcome address and do the moderation of the opening session.
Thank you, Amrita. Good morning, everybody. That's more like a very vibrant Bombay. To my colleagues, whoever is outside, please request them to join. We'll start our annual session on time. Good morning and welcome to EMA's annual convention for this year and the 77th AGM. I welcome you all. Once again, it's my honor and delight to see a nearly packed hall, and I'm sure those of you who are outside having tea and coffee would join us soon. So this has been just give me a second. This has been a kind of eventful year. So much so because I think most of you are from the industry here, 99%, and you know the transition and the pace of energy transition that is striking, that we are in. The very pace at which T&D is growing, the investments is coming in, the renewable energy targets that have been set, I think it would be safe to say that we are probably, it's more than simply an energy transition. The industry is very happy. I hear order books are full all along, and there is so much to grow, many, many opportunities. So what you will hear today in the annual convention throughout, we'll be touching upon these emerging themes in the power sector and the key changes and drivers that are pushing the growth in the sector. What EMA's responsibility is to see that these opportunities are appropriately leveraged for the growth of the country and growth of the industry. I'm happy to share with you, and as President will elaborate much more in detail in his session in the annual general meeting, that EMA in this throughout year, one of the two of the highlights have been a very, very intense policy advocacy. So EMA gained a seat on the high table to drive conversations with the government all along on key public policy matters, be it securing critical supply chain materials, raw materials like CRGO, or be it suggesting PLI schemes for those, be it establishing the Indian industry's capacity to supply EHV equipment for both transmission and HVDC. We've been advocating and speaking to various agencies, including the Power Ministry, the CA, all along, on establishment of long-term frameworks based on clear demand visibility, because that will help industry to plan its capacity and upgrade it. We've also been pushing for, change agents like accepting insurance bonds as a substitute for bank guarantee. So many policy issues that we've been taking up. And we've been working very closely with the government all across, be it Ministry of Power, be it Commerce, be it CEA, be it the state regulatory authorities, collaboratively to resolve some of these issues. I'm happy to share that the affection and the regard that EMA has and the response that it has received is of a very, very high level. We're constantly on touch with the government. They're extremely responsive. Senior functionaries, highest level policymakers call back and say, this is what we've been able to do, these are the next steps. So this kind of, the guidance, the mentorship, the help and the support that EMA's been able to leverage under the guidance of the Presidium and the National Council is tremendous and phenomenal. And at this stage, I really want to take this opportunity to thank the entire council, the Presidium, past presidents, councillors, for their continued guidance on these matters. Just a phone call away, call anytime, and the response and the guidance has been phenomenal, And the time and generosity with which the entire Presidium and the entire council and many of you as, past chairs, past presidents, key members have been giving is what makes EMA stand out. So while we've been working collaboratively to also increase the export basket, there are a couple of messages that are clear along, and you will hear these themes reverberate throughout because that is also the industry experience. One is of consistent quality. Yeah. That's a very clear message that's coming from the government for the industry, that we will support you, but we need you to focus on consistent quality. It's improved quite a bit, but there are certain pockets that we will kind of need to look at. Other than that, I think, there is a focus on Make in India, and there is a push also to promote Indian manufacturing. But I also think that the government is reasonable enough to consider pockets where the energy targets are not compromised and where there is no capacity at all in India. The government is willing to take a long-term view and say, okay, in the transition period, we could look at helping out the industry in a reasonable manner, but the focus would be on building the capacity in India. So you'll hear quite a few of them. On the other front, I'm happy to share that, the guidance that was set last year, we've managed to keep that commitment to the startups throughout the year. And you will hear a lot more about that, and therefore supporting innovation. Also, as the President will share with you, something that was committed on this stage last year to strengthen the regions. You will hear a lot more from the President on that, and many of the regional members and the regional chairs are here, so thank you to you also for supporting that throughout the year. What you will hear in the annual convention program here today is we have a pretty tight schedule where we'll hope to end the annual convention, which is a public session at 2 p.m., followed by the AGM, followed by the first meeting of the newly elected council after the AGM. So in this session, you have here the doyens of Indian industry. Mr. Vimal Kejriwal doesn't really need any introduction. He is a doyen who has very actively captured the international market, has a very, very strong passion for quality, reliability, consistency, and he's going to share some of the key drivers that he feels are going to drive the industry. We also have Mr. Ashish Bhandari, MD and CEO of Thermax. One of his personal passions, I think, is about sustainability and a couple of other things, other than the usual business that Thermax runs. But I think what you'll find common is that both the CEOs here have a very clear focus on what is required to make a company stand, apart and stand out. So this is what you will see in the session today. Followed by, we have the newly appointed MD and CEO of CG Power with us, Mr. Amar. He's flown in just the night before, just to be here with us. Impeccable, immense energy. You will see him, and I'll talk about that more a little later. Followed by a session with Mr. Vineet Mittal, Chairman, Avada Group. Avada places a lot of premium on sustainability, so we'll hear that. Then we'll have a session on scaling up organizations, which will feature Mr. Rohit Pathak, Mr. Prabir Jha. He's CEO of People Advisory, but he's helmed the transformational changes in Reliance and Tata Motors, the Tata Group, beg your pardon, and Vipul Ray Elmex, who has grown his company amazingly. You also have Chetan Bhagat today, a writer and a motivating speaker, so that'll bring in a bit of the softer sides of how to navigate life. And of course, no annual convention will probably be complete without an update on ELECRAMA to the membership, which is a passion and emotion. So having said that, I will now request the President, Mr. Hamza Arsiwala, to open the convention with his opening address.
Morning, everybody. It's really an honor and privilege to stand here today as President. Last few hours, last day. But it's been an amazing journey of the last 3 years. I've had a tremendous amount of experiences. My colleagues, mentors have been absolutely amazing. Rohit, Vipul, Sunil, Vikram, it's been a joyous journey. But more on that this afternoon. Today I'm on the convention now. And I can see a lot of mentors over here, JGK, Sabu Saab, Vijay. Thank you for coming, Vipul, of course, here. So thank you all of you all for coming over here. And all of you all, ladies and gentlemen, having come here from near and far to this wonderful occasion at this beautiful destination overlooking the magnificent, Arabian Sea, mighty. It gives a lot of strength and power. And to this wonderful city of Mumbai, the financial, commercial hub, and also, an epitome of cultural, the right words, diversity, yes, and I'm really proud to be associated with the city because I stay close by over here. So once again, a warm welcome to all of you all to my home and the city over here. Extremely excited to be a part of these glorious times when India is truly shining. We are on path to becoming one of the largest economies of the world, the third largest precisely, and that can't be possible without focus on infrastructure. And as we can see in our day-to-day lives, there's a lot of progress across, seeing roads, railways, the infrastructure is really growing substantially, airports, We can see in Mumbai over here as well that our coastal road, it's absolutely a game changer, where from downtown, as we said, to the suburbs in Bandra over here, it takes no less than about 15 odd minutes a time which used to typically take almost an hour, hour and a half earlier. So this is what we are seeing, the huge infrastructural changes happening across us, in the country and as we experience on our day-to-day lives as well. And I'm so happy to say that power is an integral part of infrastructure, and our industry has a critical and crucial contribution to the economic growth of the country and our sector and the country as well. So let me touch points on some of the numbers, recent numbers, the testimony of the sector's great times. We all know that as of March 24, India has become the third largest producer and consumer of electricity globally, with an installed power capacity exceeding 440 gigawatts. And looking ahead, 340 gigawatts is to be added by 2030, a clear indication of a commitment to meeting the energy demands of a rapidly growing economy. In the last financial year, consumption surged by almost 10%, reaching 1,500 odd billion units. This remarkable growth not only demonstrates the increasing electrification across the nation, but also substantiates the thriving nature of our economy as well. Over the last 4 or 5 years, almost USD 200 billion have been invested in the sector. So we can see there's a lot of things happening around. Our industry has an important role to play as India accelerates towards net zero with green and renewable energy as the primary source of energy. This shall call for the construction of a completely new grid. Further, there shall be a lot of focus also on green hydrogen and storage, and here India has an opportunity to become global leaders. To achieve all these ambitious plans, an estimated of 500 billion is expected to be invested by 2030, primarily on the infrastructure building in all generation, distribution and transmission. And this shall call for a huge amount of opportunity for all of us in the power sector, the entire ecosystem, be it manufacturers, OEs, service providers, EPCs, and suppliers, everybody. So these are the kind of opportunities around, and they are really exciting, for these times for us to be in. The voice of our earlier Power Minister, R.K. Singh ji, always echoes in our minds, He did a phenomenal of contribution for our sector, and he always said, हमको capacity 3 गुना बढ़ानी है, इसके सिवा देश की तरक्की नहीं होगी. So basically, that's the kind of encouragement we've also been getting from the government. And in keeping with this, our sector has surpassed in the last year $70 billion US, with a projection in by 2030 that it could multiply multifold, almost doubling to 130 billion. The export demand, is also going to be tremendous, with over $2 trillion expected to be invested over the next couple of decades. And as the world is looking for China plus one, India is being looked at as a manufacturing hub, the factory for the world. And this opens up a huge amount of opportunities for all of us as well, for overseas. And currently we have achieved last year 12 billion, with the major contributors from, all the core industries, cables, switchgear, meters. I can see a lot of my colleagues always in very buoyant, laughing year to year. I can see most of them. Kabra ji, for instance, when I met him last night, is always on a high, So this is an example of what exports has done to a lot of our organization, and there's a great potential over there. And what's very interesting is that the exports contributors to the 5 major geographies have been the advanced countries, US, UK, UAE, Germany and Australia. This is really heartening, where it speaks that we are getting compliant and capable with respect to, all the drivers for exports, quality, fundamentally, safety, and then in future we have to also address sustainability, And as we look to the future, we are looking at, doubling our exports by 2030. When we met Piyush Goyal ji, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry, recently, and we shared this number with him, his immediate reaction was, Dil mange more. Basically on the premise that we have more opportunity and we have more potential and capability, and hence we must push ourselves to increase targets here. The pace at which India is progressing towards clean and green energy, and its vision of attaining Vikshit Bharat, it would not be out of place to say that we are not undergoing energy transition, but this is a revolution, energy revolution. And in keeping with this revolutionary times, we at IEEMA have put in place today a very interesting day with thought leaders, industry captains, visionaries, covering topics of sustainability, change management, organizational scale-ups, all very pertinent and critical to our needs and the industry needs. And there's a lot to take away through the day today. So I'm really happy that you all have come in good numbers. I'm excited to interact, take away a lot of thoughts back, which will add tremendous amount of value to all of us in our lives and our businesses. And just before lunch, as we lead towards it, we have the inspirational Chetan Bhagat, who shall fill our appetite and spirits with his intellect and humor. On that note, I open the conference, and there's more today. After that, post-lunch in the AGM as well, we have a session today, so encourage all of you to stay back. A lot of interaction there as well, a lot of work to be done there as well. So looking forward to this day today, and excited. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And we'll take cue from what you have just concluded and go to the panelists for today, Vimalji and Ashishji. Good morning, sir, and welcome again. And before that, congratulations on completing the tenure, a very successful tenure. And congratulations, Sunil, sir, for starting the new journey. I am sure you will be going to take IEEMA further from where sir has brought it. Sir, just taking cue from what the President just mentioned, we have seen that India and the global power sector has been going through a lot of disruptions, a lot of changes over the past decade or so. We have seen most of those disruptions have stabilized, which means there are not many new things coming in, but the ripple effects of that is now at its peak when we see our sector as a whole or the overall global power sector. While new things are not coming in, but how to the industry settle in across the value chain is a major challenge. With that, Vimalji, I would want your thoughts on how we have seen the sector change over the years and what you are seeing in the future happen.
Thank you. Thank you. So I think let me start with what's happening on the projects, on the business. First of all, I don't think, and I've been in this industry now for 22 years, I don't think we have seen such good times as what we have today. Okay, number one. Number two, with the focus on renewables, the projects are becoming much more complex. Whether you want to call it load balancing or whether you want to call it the amount of power which has to be transmitted. The projects are becoming much more complex, much more bigger. I still remember when I joined, the first project which I was doing was a 50 crore project to be done over 42 months. Last year we got a project from Power Grid, 900 crores to be done in 15 months. So I think that's what is changing, and that's where I think we need to be prepared for that, saying if we need to meet the demand and what Mr. Hamza said about 10% growth and 500 billion investment, somewhere we'll all have to gear up, saying how are we ready for these large changes which are happening in the industry, and which is a very large opportunity for us. Secondly, what Charu talked about on the emphasis on quality. I think we are clearly seeing a major change, major shift in all the customers on how do you maintain quality. And that's to me a very big thing which is happening. Third is on, as I said, it's changing to 13 months, 15 months, large projects. How do we gear up ourselves to do fast-track project execution? Whether it is mechanization, whether it is automation, whether it is the use of AI and all that, and maybe I'll talk about it a little bit later on. But clearly we can see that we need to do a lot more than what we are doing to meet this great opportunity which is there, which has come after a long time. And I think with what the Prime Minister has been talking about, 500 gigawatts of renewable, and also I think the increased demand of power. I can tell you one thing, in the last 1 year, we have done 3 projects to bring more power to the city of Mumbai. None of them is to deal with renewables. That's the sort of demand increase also, which we are seeing. And now once the new metro commissions, I'm very clear that there will be a further requirement. We are already discussing some more projects too. I'm talking about one single city. So that's the sort of opportunity, I think, which we have. And we'll have to change with it. Otherwise, we'll be left behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And I agree with the point that you're saying about the project timelines. Even we feel that what Charu ma'am used to ask us to complete in 3 months is now being asked to be done in 1 month. So that we are also feeling the heat equally. Coming back from what you've said about very deep on the project side, I'll shift to Ashish ji. Ashish ji, and a broader sector level, if some thoughts on how things have changed in overall energy as you're seeing and what you think about the future. I'll come to the top 3 trends and all later, but
Sure.
overall, sir.
All right, thank you. And Charu, I'll start with you first. I think in the introduction you talked about, you have a passion for sustainability on top of everything else we do at Thermax. That is not on top, that is the core of what we are trying to do. Yeah, and I think if we take a step back and we project 10 years from now, 25 years from now, there are 2 things that are very clear. Yeah? In almost every major sector of India that you look at, demand is going to grow, I think as the word was used, 3 to 4 times, which means every core sector by the time India hits 100 years of its independence, everything that we have built over the last 75 years, we will need 3 times that built over the next 25 years. Yeah, the implications for all the major industries is massive. And this means whether you are generating power, you're generating steel, cement, almost every sector that you can think of. The second thing is that this change is not the same that was built over the last 75 years, which means, and a good example is what happened in telecom, yeah, where India built up the entire mobile network. We skipped a couple of technologies in between, and 80% of India went from never having a phone landline to going straight to mobile phones. Yeah, and energy represents not just energy, many, many other sectors. I believe even within steel, the set of blast furnaces that are going in right now, or perhaps the last set of blast furnaces that are going in, the next generation will be built differently. And that is the opportunity that we have, yeah, which is going to force newer technologies, new capabilities, the responsibility to balance energy sustainability with availability. And it's not just a responsibility, it's a huge commercial opportunity as well. Yeah, because the world's going to start putting in barriers, carbon taxes, etc., which means we have this next few years to build out everything that we need that will last us the next 25 years to help us build the infrastructure that we need to. And this is sector to sector. Of course, electricity is going to be a big, big driver. There are other drivers as well, which I'll be happy to talk about. I think India is in a relatively good spot, but it is something that is needed. Over the next 3 years, as an example, the amount of electricity we need to add is equal to that of all of UK's installed capacity. Yeah, imagine and UK is a country which is not that far behind India from a GDP perspective. We just took them over very, very recently. So that's the amount of infrastructure development that has to happen in India, which will not only kickstart new technologies, but provide impetus to a lot of differentiated capability that we can bring in the country as well. I'll pass it back to you.
Thank you so much, Ashish ji. Truly resonate what you're saying. And we are seeing that in newer technologies, especially if you talk about the sector, whether it is storage or green hydrogen, I think we are running shoulder to shoulder with most of the developed countries. I'm pretty sure that in other sectors, as you rightly mentioned, we'll in the next 20, 25 years, we'll be better off, if not, far behind. Just going ahead, sir, with what we talked about on the trends, what do you think would be the top 3 game changers if you look at now and in the next 2-3 years? How do you see, those 3 things that would, shape our sector, shape the industry where we are working on?
So there are quite a few things which are happening. I think a couple of things I covered up front. One is the size of the project and all that. I think second is the use of digital, IoT, etc. I think which we need to really look at it as to what all we can do to fast track, to make larger projects and all that. I'll give a simple example. We do a foundation design for a tower. And typically it will take you 10 days, 15 days for a design, and you will come up with 4 or 5, and then you'll say it's not good, then you'll again go back, and it will take a month and all that. Then we use AI, and we developed the app. Now, with all the data which you have mined, with all whatever work we have done, at a click of a button, once you put in data, you get 500 foundation designs. Okay, so it's cut down the timelines. It's also made it much more efficient because you can give the best design, best cost to the client. So I think to me, the entire use of digital, or let's say machine learning and all that, we used to see that we were making mistakes in tenders. And what used to happen, tenders, in one page, one spec is given, some other page, some other spec is given. And if you're not read it properly, you've had it. Now with the use of machine learning and all that, you can pick up saying, oh, that there is a difference here. Which one is there? So I think the use of this is going to be very useful for us in terms of how do we meet the requirements of the larger projects and all that. Second to me is, I think there are great opportunities which are coming up, especially for the industry like, let's say, offshore wind. We are not ready for it. I think we need to be ready for it, but it's a matter of time that will become a big business. I think yesterday or day before, government has released guidelines on VGF, etc. on this. So it's a matter of time that also becomes a big business. Then I think the interconnection between India, UAE, Saudi, Europe and all that is finally somewhere, it's taking shape. Some, reports are getting prepared and all that. How are we all getting ready for that? That could be, and those will require very different technologies, very different ways of execution. How do you, get ready for that? The third, I think, big game changer is going to be the shortage of labor. I think today, almost all of us are suffering from large shortage of labor. A little bit less probably in our industry. I also have a civil business, and out of 30,000 people, 10,000 people short. So that sort of shortages we are running into. So, and we are not seeing a long-term solution to it from the availability of labor. So obviously we'll have to change the way we are doing our projects. What all can we do? How do we mechanize? How do we automate? How do we do precasting? Like we started doing crane erection for towers. We have never done that in India, although we were always doing it in Saudi and Middle East and all that. So I think a lot of changes will have to happen in the way projects are getting executed. The second piece on that is on the cost related to that. You will first, earlier you used to put workers in, let's say, tents and do all these things. People are not ready to come for that. We quoted recently a project for a Swedish multinational in India. And the cost, the specs which they gave for labor, the cost of that was virtually same as what the main plant would have cost. So I think that's something, it's a very big game changer which is happening. In fact, we are in very active dialogue with Power Grid also on that, because Power Grid has been coming back to us saying, why don't you provide better facilities? I said, we are happy to provide, but I think we need to put them in the specs. Otherwise, one company will do, one will not do. I think it's a matter of time that all that will come into it. So we'll also have to see today for us, if you look at a cost of, and since I do more transmission lines, cost of labor for us in transmission line will be 10, 15, maybe 20%. We are supplying material towers to US, where the cost of execution is 70%, 80%. That's because of the labor cost. And I think it's a matter of time it will start catching up. So to me, that will be a very big game changer, saying how do we improve productivity, how do we mechanize better, how do we give better facilities to our workers so that they can come and work with us. I think these are a few things which I would like to cover.
Right, sir. Ashish ji, when we look at those top 3 game changers, while again Vimal ji covered from specific project areas,
sure,
from a sustainability point of view, which we are seeing,
sure,
as you said, at the core, what do you think should be
sure,
the future?
Okay, I'll talk about 3 trends, 2 which are big opportunities and 1 which is going to be the cost of doing business in the energy space. I'll take hydrogen first, very nascent industry, not just for India, but a good part of the world as well. And in many Western countries, US has the IRA, which practically gives US $3 per kg hydrogen subsidy for green hydrogen that is coming in. India too is coming up with its policies, which is a small portion of it. But the opportunity for India is to be able to produce hydrogen at the lowest cost anywhere in the world and then look at the fact that the switching costs in India, because most of our energy outside of coal is based on imported gas or crude oil, the switching costs for India are relatively the lowest. Yeah, so let me take the demand side of the equation first, the cost of producing hydrogen. The single biggest driver of the cost of producing hydrogen is electricity. So this is going to be a big part of the shift to electricity, and that electricity will be green. And we can see that India's discovered price of green electricity is coming lower and lower. Storage is getting cheaper and cheaper, and that combination of solar plus storage, wind also will have a role, but I personally believe the way the trends are evolving, the combination of solar plus storage is a very vital portion of enabling this shift to hydrogen. Whether it will happen or not in India, when it will happen, I think when it will happen is a bigger question than whether it will happen or not. It will happen. When it will happen is a debatable question, but that will determine one whole set of movements. And for many hard-to-abate industries, especially fertilizer, steel, refining and petrochemical, this is one big lever of what the future will hold. The second one is biofuels, and also called as e-fuels. In many words, it's also expensive fuels in some cases. But India is showing we can do this in certain sectors. Ethanol is a great example. We have now crossed 10% of our petrol being substituted with ethanol, with an idea to get to 20%. There's a similar big movement on bio-CNG, which is taking waste, parali grass and municipal solid waste, variety of different things, into converting that into CNG. This is a nascent industry, but now with very big players, including Reliance and Adani coming in, this is also expected to formalize. Both of these create the building blocks for the next set of revolution that will come, which will take this into more complex end fuels, including sustainable aviation fuels, methanol, and the like. Yep. So, and then that becomes the building blocks for the chemicals industry in a way. So this is one very big move. Both 1 and 2 are areas where what India can do can lead for the world. Yeah, we can do this cheaper, better than perhaps anybody else in the world. Some of it will depend on policy decisions and the like, but we have this opportunity for sure. The third is how the entire CO2 and carbon markets evolve. Yeah, and carbon capture for hard-to-abate industries, especially steel and cement, and potentially for power, in my view, will happen. Yeah, because multiple parts of the rest of the world are starting to put barriers based on understanding of carbon. And in India today, when I talk to customers in textiles and all, they are coming in and saying, we have been asked by our global customers to start getting some sort of carbon cost into the equation very, very quickly. So carbon, how it evolves, I think India is already talking about a carbon markets being formulated, starting to do baselining. So all the big industries, especially steel and cement, over the next 5 years will have to get very serious about their carbon emissions, which means a whole set of capabilities around carbon capture, coal gasification, cleaner coal, ultra supercritical power plants coming into play to displace older, less efficient thermal plants. This whole space will evolve. This will be more expensive than traditional plants, but to me this is cost of doing business as we look towards the future. So these are the 3 big trends I would talk about.
Thank you, sir. I'll just add to what you said. Yesterday itself, I was attending a seminar which a Japanese company was giving on how to mix ammonia in the traditional coal-producing power plants and reduce the carbon dioxide while maintaining the NOx level. There were 4 state secretaries on leading ones. One of them immediately messaged me, I want to do a pilot. So this technology currently I think only Adani is doing as a pilot. tested for 20% ammonia mixing in Japan. But the way I'm seeing government entities now gearing up to reduce their footprints in traditional thermal, the electrical industry would see a lot of traditional equipment changing or getting modified to match these things. And obviously new equipment coming in the value chain. So completely resonate with what you are saying, sir. I'll quickly move on to Vimalji. Vimalji, let's talk about Government of India's agenda of going global. And none better than you, who has footprints in more than 100 countries, been there, done that successfully. So the people who are sitting here, I think it would be good to know how to plan a successful global market entry and how to sustain that, sir. That would be a great input from you, sir.
So I think to me, what is critical is to have a global mindset. You cannot have one standard for exports, one standard for local. I think that is the biggest issue which we are seeing. Where export ka maal isko acha banana hai. I think that trend has to get out of our minds. There has to be a single gold standard, whether you do for India or you do. I think that is the biggest thing which will take you to where we want to be. To me, I have always been talking about 3 C's for a successful global venture. One has been cost. Saying how do you remain cost competitive? Okay, how do you work on reducing your costs consistently so that you can offer a competitive product? See, one of our biggest competitors is always China, which has always been talked about as a low cost. So I think that's one thing which you have to work on, saying how do I consistently keep my cost down? Second thing which we have very clearly focused on is consistency of quality. You cannot have one batch going well, the second batch having some other issues and all that. So to me, consistency becomes very critical if you really want to be successful globally. And the third C to me is commitment. How do you stick to your commitment? Whether it is commitment to quality, whether it is commitment to delivery, whether it's commitment to sustainability, commitment to price, saying, "Aaj daam badh gaya, to mera daam badha diya." Then that buyer will never come back, and then he will badmouth you across the entire country. Sustainability is something where it's becoming, as you were talking about, it's becoming very, very important. And I'll give a simple example. As part of the IRA, we got some orders for exporting transmission towers to the US. And US being what it is, they said we don't want shining towers. Otherwise, we like to have shining towers. They said we need to have a dull tower. And we typically used to use a solution. They said, "Nahi, aajkal wo nahi chalega, because that is not environment friendly." So you need to develop a new solution which is environment friendly. We want exactly this shade of color. But that's the color which is there in that particular county or state and all that. It took us 6 months to develop that particular thing because he said, "I want exactly that. I don't want anything beyond that." So I'm just saying that, and now that we did it, we have already started getting a lot of orders from other people who have seen that and saying, "This is what is done." So I think if you really want to be successful, I think these are all very critical for us. It's not a one-off shot that, ek order le liya, paisa kama liya, then, we'll see what to be done. It's not something which will make money in your first order. Okay. It's not something where you can milk it easily. I think we need to be consistent in what we want to do. And I think quality is the biggest thing. Sustainability is becoming very, very important. Like I'm telling you today, when you export to Australia, one speck of mud in the container gets you a fine of $25,000. Okay. So, what happens, Ashish, is, we wash the container from inside before loading anything. Can you imagine? I don't think I've seen anyone else washing a container before loading anything. So I think you'll have to adapt yourself to the requirements of what the customer wants and consistently follow it. Now that we learned that, now we wash for everyone. So how do you apply your export standards or gold standards to everything else? I think that is the most critical piece which will make you successful. Secondly, I think as a senior person in the industry, we have also been taking a lot of efforts to take all our partners to the global market. I know there are a lot of people sitting here whom we have taken to the international market. Because we said that, no, we want to have dependent supply chain people. So that's another piece where, how do you work with across the organization, across the country, across this, to make them also successful. And I think we have done it very well, and we are still happy. A lot of people still come to us and we say, we are happy to take you there. I think that again is very critical, that, that entire value chain system gets developed. Especially in today's scenario when supply chain is a very big constraint. How do you keep relationship with your supplier like you have with your client? I think that is also very critical, especially for the global market. Because for a global market to get approval for sub-vendors and all that becomes very critical. How do you treat them? How do we be fair to them? Again, becomes very important part for your global peace. That's all.
So one follow-up question. When you talked about India versus China, and you must have competed with Chinese manufacturers across various global tenders, anything specific that you see that is a learning for us here?
So to me, we compete with China or Chinese players virtually everywhere. We are there in Far East, where they are very big. They are in Africa. Middle East, they are not there that much, but they are still there. Okay. We never try to compete with them on cost, because you cannot compete with them on cost. Not because they are cheaper, but we do not know what subsidies they get, what export benefits they are getting, what are they doing, so we never look at that piece. I think again we come back to the same thing, saying, what is your commitment? Are you committing that I will give it on time? Or are you committing that I will continue to supply at this price? Like in COVID, I still remember, we were supplying to US. The freight rate went up from $500 to $4,000 per container. And we still continue to supply. And the guys came back and told us both Turkish and Chinese have refused to supply. And because of which you got a repeat order. So I think China has got its own capability. They've got the capability on financing. And I think that's one issue which, Charu, we should take up with the minister, saying when he's talking about commerce and, says somewhere the backing of finance is required. So the Chinese beat you on that part of it, where they are able to give more credit, they are able to give you more this and all that. But I don't think we are worried about the cost part of it.
Ashish ji, any thoughts on competing with China before I come to a specific China plus one thing?
In the Indian sustainability context and otherwise, look, maybe I'll give you the politically incorrect answer in some ways then. First, this entire industry that we are looking at, which is all these three big moves that I talked about, at least on big portions of everything that is needed, the supply chain is overwhelmingly dependent on China. Yeah, which is, if you take solar, practically all the silicon and the wafer development happens out of China until the cell. Then when you get to modules, etc., you can assemble them anywhere. But and that has changed from a decade ago when maybe there were 2 Chinese companies in the top 10. Today, all 10 would be Chinese companies. You could take that for hydrogen if you wanted to buy an electrolyzer today, and you'll have some stalwarts of the industry coming later today. You could put that question to them as well. Most likely, they would all go for Chinese technology if they had to do hydrogen plant today. If you want long duration storage or lithium batteries, you are dependent on China. And that's just not India. A good chunk of the world is. Yeah, most of coal gasification comes out of China. Good chunk of carbon capture happens out of China. So we would be, let me take a step back. Yeah, can India achieve energy transition without building a manufacturing industry? Possibly, yes. Yeah, we deliver the cheapest telecom rates without having any switches, at least historically when it got built, without building them out of India. Yeah, but that means India's services industry can stay strong without having a manufacturing industry. But I believe that, and maybe because I represent Thermax, without a manufacturing industry, that is robust and capable. I don't think India can aspire to grow at 7-8% that we want to on a consistent 25-year level, because without manufacturing doing its bit. And our manufacturing then has to step up significantly. Yeah, which means all the projects that you're doing right now, which for the industry right now are not in the money. Yeah, every hydrogen project that you do is straight up without government rules, regulations coming into play, 50% at least off. Yeah, if gray hydrogen is $1.50, green hydrogen is $3.50. Yeah, plain and simple. So that gap, which is the experience curve, which can come down over time, has to get funded through some place. How will that get done? How will policy come into play? How will suppliers step up? All of those are some of the biggest questions, which not clear answers. Yeah, as Thermax, for example, we are jumping into electrolyzer technology at a very high-end level in something that we think we can compete, and our capability around heat management, understanding a product at a very intimate level will come into play, where we can bring that to Indian industry. But that's a risk. It's not clear 3 years later whether that's part of the supply chain would be still something that Thermax would have a play in, or will all of this go to the Chinese? Unclear. Yeah, it could happen both ways. So sector by sector, I think there are some very, very big questions right now. If you look at the glass more than half full, this is also the time that, because so many of these problem statements are new, not just for India, but for the rest of the world, this is the time for us to invest. And this is not just the government. Yeah, government can't do everything. As a country, we invest very, very little in R&D. We spend very little in working with Indian institutions, R&D, universities, working together, and that this is the time to start doing some of these things. Yeah, over the last 5 years, the Indian industries have had good profitability, return to cash has been good. This is the time to start making bets, putting that money back into play. Yeah, and if we don't do that, we will stay behind.
Thank you, sir. Taking cue from that, Ashish ji, we have seen a lot of Make in India things happening. What would you think, apart from what you just mentioned, can be made, in the policy or from our side, apart from obviously R&D and be ready to invest? Any specific thoughts on the Make in India schemes, especially in the green hydrogen and other sustainability things?
I think, look, first, you have to give credit to the government for at least trying. Yeah. And on the hydrogen bit, if I take into play, and I'll share the complexities, because it's not an easy answer. Yeah, we are a country where money has to be spent on so many different things, so you can't really compete with the US, which says, here's a $3 subsidy. Yeah, so India's way of providing VGF on some small scale is a good way to think about this. On top of it, the government's reducing the, creating movement of electricity becoming much easier, banking charges, ISTS charges cutting down, hydrogen being given support from various different ways, state government stepping in, etc. So all of that is good movement. Yeah. Finally, the big thing that has also to come in is for certain sectors, which are the hard-to-abate industries, them starting to move and saying, look, while it may be more expensive, I need to start moving. And so that 5%, 10%, 15% shift has to start to happen. And that can happen either through policy, which is a stronger way of doing it, or by industries looking to do it collaboratively and cohesively. I don't know which way it will go, yeah, but I suspect policy will have to come into play, because industries will all keep waiting otherwise, and no one's going to make the first move. If you take e-fuels as an example, very complex subject, because the government's coming in and saying, how do I, because you've got farmers involved, Yeah, today it is the bio-waste that you talk about, and a lot of what causes pollution in the north of India is at a zero price, which means the farmer is burning it on the ground. But the moment it starts to create value, then the farmer is going to come and say, I want a piece of that pie. Yeah, so how do you formalize that whole system? At the output, besides gas, you produce a lot of liquid fertilizer. The entire fertilizer industry today is subsidized. Yeah, which means everything, the natural gas that goes into the fertilizer industry is heavily, heavily subsidized. But if you create organic fertilizer, there's no market for that because there's no subsidy currently available. So how will that come into play? How does it displace imported non-urea based fertilizer? So there's some very, very complex discussions that are going on. Multiple government bodies involved, MNRE, the entire agriculture industry, which is a state subject as well, the petroleum ministry, variety of different things. Where I would give credit is there is incredible amount of dialogue going on. Yeah, and that dialogue is creating policy movements. So we have to be a little patient, but if I look at a 2-year window, and then if I say with that 2-year window, if I can extrapolate that to 5 to 10 years, I think there are some very exciting times coming for India's energy sector as we look forward. Yeah, on carbon tax and CO2 capture technologies, I think without a carbon tax coming into play, I see it very difficult for some of these technologies to take off in a much, much bigger way.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really nice interacting. I think what Vimal sir talked about going global and focusing on the 3 C's and the inputs that you've given on the newer areas, especially focusing on sustainability, is very great. We are almost at the end of the time that has been allocated to us. I'll ask Sunil sir to please conclude the session by a vote of thanks, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Hamza Arsiwala, President IEEMA, our industry leaders, Vimal ji and Ashish ji, all past presidents, my colleague of IEEMA Executive Council, and all industry leaders. We had very, very interesting discussion today morning. And I think one thing is coming out very clear. There is a great opportunity to grow and invest. As Ashish said, 4 to 5 times there is a opportunity to grow over the next 10 to 25 years. A couple of things we have to keep in mind. I think we have to think that whole world is our market because there are opportunities all over the world market, and make in India is becoming acceptable worldwide. But we have to grow these on the few foundations. One, I'll start with sustainability. I think it's even becoming bigger than quality and other things because quality people take us for granted. Sustainability, number of things, because if it is becoming a mandatory buying practice, earlier we used to get, typical GTPs in the tender, where there is a size and dimension, is forget nowadays. Nowadays, people are asking about the carbon emissions level. And there is serious effort from the buyers to do audit. Number of tenders we quote as my own company, there is an audit. Okay, what you're doing in sustainability side. So it is becoming a QR. So if you want to be global, don't think it's an investment, it's becoming QR. Ashish talked about CBAM. Although there's politically a lot of issues, discussion is going on, but it's reality now. And if you don't start investing now, your market will shrink. You will not be able to compete. I know this economics is still challenging, but once the volume pick up, the economics itself will start justifying. So I think this is one area. Number 2, quality. And I think I will more talk about the reliability. The small things which global buyers are looking at. Vimalji was talking about the container cleaning in Australia. Even your packing, your slips, even one hair on the packing box. This means you're not talking about the quality. And I think as an industry, where we have about 70% MSME members, I can assure you the quality doesn't mean increased cost. It is a culture. And no plant can produce to quality. Earlier you used to see the sticker export quality, forget these things. And I think this is a time for industry to adopt the technology to change the culture. And if you are a quality player, any part of the world, you go to Australia, Europe, etc. And it was good to, when we studied the export market, our exports are increasing to the UAE, US, and UK and Australia. The customers in Europe and Australia are very, very demanding. My experience working in these markets, very, very demanding. But this is the time. They are also undergoing through energy transition in a big way. But I think along with energy transition, one important point, we all focus only about the generation side of this thing. But the way grid will be managed will go under change. I was looking at the spot prices yesterday. Yesterday, 2 days back, it was 3.5 rupees, 3.50 paisa. Last it was 6 rupees. So how we buy electricity, how we manage the electricity will change. You believe me, managing grid will become difficult. We are talking about 500 gigawatt by 2030, and we are already 200 gigawatt. Imagine managing a grid for a system operator where 40% is renewable, and particularly distribution side will become challenging. And when the PM Surya Ghar Yojana, we have got 1 crore applications lying at every house, power will be going. Then EV, I usually watch the electrical vehicles are being bought. In one country in Europe, last week the electrical vehicles, almost 100%. UK, I studied data last year, the electrical vehicles are more than normal gasoline, this thing. So I think managing grid will become important. And my appeal to all youngsters sitting and all industrialists here, think about other technologies. The IoT, operational IoT, software side will become a big real business. Start investing in that. Labor. I think labor, as Vimali rightly said, skill is important. Not only numbers. And one good thing with EMA, we're taking initiative of upskilling and particularly safety side. Because in our industry we practice, we just without plug, we put the wires inside. Those are gone days. If you go to the site, customers don't accept it. So I think there is serious change for us to how to manage it. Similarly, demand side. Because Ashish talked about the demand side on the industrial side. If you want to be competitive, it's not only raw material cost. Electricity also is raw material. And even household, the electricity consumption is increasing. I will give an example of even the number of the countries people are moving away from gas. They are going electric-based economy because of the carbon. Even 20% hydrogen is being added now in the gas supply, and it will be very, real in India also. So my submission is that the way this whole scenario is changing, whether gas sector or electricity sector, the skilling will be very different. I think if we don't start work now, then our major constraint will be skill, not the capital. I strongly believe capital is available, but skill will be there. And so these are the few of the important points. And my last point for all of this for quality, because we all are buyer also, not only supplier. Think at the lifetime cost, not initial cost. And once you start that practice, as Vimalji said, on-time delivery is taken now, sir. People don't give contract. But as a buyer, you look at the lifetime cost, and there is no reason that we can't compete with anyone in the world, including Chinese. So, because of our quality and our commitment of delivery, not only price. So I think my request to all of you, when we talk about AGM also, actively participate in EMA activities, contribute to this change, and I'm very confident we can take India to the next level. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you so much. We'll now be starting with the next session. So, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, there is a demand assessment report that IEEMA has brought out, and we'd like it to be unveiled in this annual session. Thank you. We'll start with the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, while we prepare for the stage for the next, just do that. Amar, may I request you to be here with me? I'm really honored. It's my privilege to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Amar Kaul, the recently appointed MD and CEO of CG Power and Industrial Solutions. He has over 30 years of experience in leading global teams across various industries and geographies. My team and I went and met him. I can't tell you the amount of energy this young dude, as I was told by many people, exudes. He's got a passion for shop floor. He describes himself as a man who's a shop floor man. He's got a passion for change. He's people-oriented. He's impatient for growth. And I'm quoting you, Amar, from all that we spoke about. So I'm sorry if I'm taking away some of your points. Impatient for growth. Has worked and juggled various regulations across geographies, and of course, led very high P&L across various industries and companies that he's worked, right? He's a self-declared workaholic. But more importantly, I think he's very, very passionate about change management. So, Amar, I think we've got the stage set for you. Do you want something back?
No, I don't know anything. I just walk.
All right. You've
so
got
I'm
a
okay
label?
with this. Yeah.
All right. So I hand over Mr. Amar Kaul to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Aru, for all the nice words, and that puts a lot of pressure on me. So I'm already nervous. So thank you everybody for having me here. Pleasure being here, and as Charu said, when the team came and met me, and I'm new to the industry, by the way. I'm just 2 months and probably 12 days old in this company. So my previous company, I was based in Dubai, primarily handling Europe, Middle East, Africa, India, of course, included. But yes, I think that exciting world of power, electricity, electronics, semiconductors is something which really excited, and it was Ghar Wapsi, and we came back to Mumbai, and that's where we are. Thank you so much. So coming to the agenda on change management, that's what they wanted me to talk about, and then I was struggling with myself. There's so much of data, TED Talks available on internet, so what should I talk about? Because I don't want you bored with the details that you already have. It's very, very important that we have a conversation and start interacting with each other. And what I did, I landed yesterday at 12 o'clock in the night, and in the plane I was jotting down, and I took some pointers for me. And what I thought about we'll do is, first I thought about on the change management, again, it's not only me telling, let it be interactive so that we learn from each other. On change management, there are the 5 steps. And when I reflected back to my journey of last 3 decades, I try to pick up subconscious mind or being aware of the change, what were the things to be done. And there are 5 steps that I will quickly glance through. And then I will go to pick up 3 examples that I thought about, something like of my bid career, maybe 10 years back, something which is most recent as my last opportunity or the job that I was doing, and maybe when I started my career when I was about 25 years old. Now don't start guessing my age, but I thought that is a way I will be working on it. So does that sound good? All right, thank you. So starting with the systematic, I'll keep referring to the notes because my team always tell me that I'm known for getting off the script. So they give me always script and I'll go out of that depending on what the audience wants. So this time they forced me that stay with the script that you have. But anyway, I'll interact more. Now, important is on the systematic approach on dealing with change. Why the need for change? And that's the question before I get into what I have for you. The question, why should we change? Everything is going on well. Any answers from the audience from behind? Sorry? Is the only constant. Very good. What else? Change for better. Why? But why should we change? Okay, world is changing around us. Okay, what else? Sorry? To keep ourselves alive. But it's painful, right? Because generally I give this example to people from tomorrow, you know, if you are right-handed, you brush your teeth in the morning with right hand, start doing it with the left hand, how painful it is, you know, till you get used to it after some time. Right? And that's the reason I'm asking the question, why should we change?
You get happiness out of it.
You get happiness, the pleasure you get out of it. Something similar to what I say, if you go to the gym, you pump the iron, it's bloody painful, right? I don't know how many of you are doing that, but then the happiness you get after it, after a couple of days, is really nice. That pain is good. All right, any last one?
Change the life of nature.
Change the life of nature. Wonderful, super. So that resonates very clearly to what I also listed down here. It could be related to market dynamics change. It could be technology change. You heard so much my industry colleagues and veterans in the industry, you talked about how energy, renewable, sustainability, green energy, the world is changing, which we never thought about. Today we are talking about semiconductors. Even we as CG Power are investing a lot into the semiconductor business because that's going to be the future, right? And we want to make sure that we have all that know-how here in the country rather than only importing those things. Now it could also be resultant of crisis. If you have a problem, you need to change something. My industry colleagues talked about quality a bit. You know, you have to change if there's an issue happening, you have rejections or customer is not happy, you have to change to make sure that customer is satisfied. Now something which is more proactive, and that's what you see bold here at the bottom. Now achieve the next level of growth. That could be the next step, right? Things are going okay, but you really want to step up the game. And that's where my story is about approximately 10 years back. We started with the business. I'll not go more details into what type of business and all, but I'll just touch on it from confidentiality purposes. We started with the go-to-market strategy in India for the business. And what was the need? When I say go-to-market, a lot of people use that loosely, but really, is there a process around it? What does go-to-market mean? Now, having said that, we really created a 9-step process on what the go-to-market mean, and under that, coming down to account management is what we did. So the business was doing about 10 to 11% growth every year. So things were normal. But reason of doing this was, can we step up the game? How can we change the status quo? The only thing, 10 to 11, you can go to maybe 13%. But how do you double or triple that growth rate? And that's where our go-to-market strategy came into picture. And when we started off that, when I said 19 steps were populated in terms of market size, segmentation, verticals, which customer, which markets, your geographical expansion, all those things were taken care of. Then came the people. Then came the changer. Who are the people getting impacted, right? Now, that is where the plan was. So we built on this, the 4 steps that you see. First thing is what we have to define is why. The moment you get that, why are we doing this change, you get the whole population along with you. And that's the most difficult thing. It's not easy because you have to keep breaking your head. Second one which you see is, well, that's my favorite one, what is in it for me? You have to keep thinking from the other point of people. The person who gets impacted with that change is, you have to think, putting yourself in his or her shoes and then see why should that person support 100% and wholeheartedly work with you on that change. I think that's where the game changes. The moment you think, putting yourself in other person's shoes, the person is all yours. So, and we're talking about a big change. So that's where every function had to come in together, right from HR to marketing to sales to procurement to manufacturing. So the cross-functional teams work day in and day night. Identify training needs. With the change, when you say go to market, we went to the account management principle. So I'm touching a bit what the change was highly. So we were into industrial equipment manufacturing. And the way we were structured is the machine will be sold by this set of team. Okay, then there was a parts business, aftermarket parts. The parts were sold by the second set of people. And then we had the service business that was sold by the third set of people. So for the same customer, there were 3 sets of people going and interacting. So if I'm the customer, first to sell the machine, I see Mr. A. Okay, well done, we give you the order, is done. Then I need spare parts, then Mr. B comes into the picture. And then when I have a problem on service, then I have to look for who's the service guy there, where's the helpline number. Now, if you see from customer's point of view, it's painful. It's lost a lot of wastage of time for the customer, and that's why we went to the account management principle. Is it not good that customer has one face? It does not mean the person does everything himself or herself, right? So important was that customer has a go-to person, so you get the full end-to-end responsibility, which means even if customer has an issue with the service, so he or she knows that this is the person to go to, he'll ensure that the person, the service guy is there. So that was the thought process, what is in it for me, for the customer, and coming back to the people. Now, the reaction came from people. Now, I have been selling machine since 20 years. I have never sold parts. I have no clue on how to do service. Now, that identifies the training needs. That's point number 3 that you see there. And absolutely valid points, right? And last but not the least, which is here, is communicating with the stakeholders. So opening up who are the people impacted, and that's what was done. Getting people along, and again, training is what most important, because the person who has sold machine has not sold the parts, or vice versa. That was our job to make sure they get trained on it. Next one, once you are done with this, the basic framework is done, execute the plan, provide support and coaching and leadership engagement to drive. I never like to call it monitor or track. Drive the things. So the leadership engagement is most important, that leaders are engaged in the discipline, whether it's everyday basis or every week basis or every fortnight basis. Your appetite, how fast you want to go. So the whole journey took us about 4 to 6 months to do it. Now guess what? How did we integrate? Once 4 to 6 months were done, first phase was done, it was integrated as a part of the organization. So the role code, the job code from sales, for example, sales manager or sales engineer selling only machines or parts or service actually became account management kind of thing. And that's where you integrate into the process as a part of the organization. Last but not the least, what did we get out of it? Number one, couple of things. One, not immediately, I think it took us 4 to 6 months to implement the change process. For that year, from 10 to 12% growth in the previous years, we started growing at about 25%. 25%. Number one. Number two, engagement of people went up multifold because they could see the career that they have. Number three, only in one region, we divided India into 5 regions. We started from north, and we had 22 people, I remember, were free because the capacity was freed up. Today you had some maybe 20 people for the whole machine, for selling the parts, for the service. So there were 22 people. Imagine that multiplied by number. So you freed up the capacity. Now when I refer back to the communication has to be very clear. It is not a manpower reduction activity. It's not a cost out activity. It is how do we get productive? How do we improve the efficiency? Now that communication has to be very clear, and we reallocated all those people by our geographical expansion. So areas or the areas country is so big, so you cannot practically have hundreds of thousands of people sitting there. So they were reallocated to those areas. The customers where we were not dealing with actually go and do the work, and that's how it came into picture. Now that's about the story that happened here, and if there are a few questions towards the end, happy to take that as well. If Charu allows. So second one I have is, because she was very clear on, talk a bit about your European experience. I'll put it in the pocket. I think I can talk without this. So, was European experience. Last 5 years or so, I have been handling, the big size of business was in Europe. I was based in Dubai, Middle East and Africa. Now we started the same thing, go-to-market activity about 5 years back. And we prioritize, because Europe is big now. There's no one Europe. That was my learning as I got into this. So every country is different. Every country means every country is different. So we prioritize top 7 countries, starting with UK, Ireland, Poland, which is growing pretty fast. We picked up France, we picked up Italy, we picked up Germany. Now these 6-7 countries that we picked up for the go-to-market, rather than going to 29 countries in the European Union, we said, okay, let's pilot this in the beginning. Now some of the learnings, again, I'll not go through the whole stuff here. Some of the learnings, how that is different from India and what kind of opportunity that brings to us being in the country. Now, first thing, the time for us to do that change management in India took about 4 to 6 months, as I said, for the previous case. In this case, it took us 12 months plus. It took 12 to 14 months. Now, guess what? Some of the examples, I think we are in the industry forum. I can even name the country, so that's not a problem. Now, let's pick up the country. The most difficult I found was France. To change anything, for example, I have a salesman. I want to increase, and again, give you the example. These are all practical examples. It's not theory. So we wanted to expand the roles, and somebody, was sitting, for example, in Chennai and was doing service and sales for Bombay. Now, every time he or she had to travel across. So we did the geographical segmentation, the industries where it was, and say what makes sense. People are wasting their time just shuttling around, and there was another guy who was sitting there doing a different business. So we did on the map what makes sense for people to have better work-life balance as well as better productivity. By evening, you finish the customer meeting, go back to your home, rather than flying from Chennai to Bombay or Chennai to Delhi. Now, to change that in India, it's reasonably simple, not that simple. People want to be in the regions where they are in, but first, there are a lot of resistance that, no, we don't want to move. This is my town I was born in, and that's where I want to stay. That's number one. Number two, we wanted to upgrade some of the people or promote some people from individual contributor to a people manager. Answer was, no, it builds stress for me. Now, that was very different from India. I think one thing very good with us is there's a lot of hunger in all of us that we want to do something, contribute. You heard all the good things from our leaders here a couple of minutes back, is we really want to make a difference so that the future generation at some stage, whether it's China or Europe or US, maybe we don't see that world today, but the next generation will definitely see that. If you don't do those right things, will never happen. Now, third thing is, any change you want to do, first you have to take permission from the Workers' Council for the salaried people. So there were 3 workers' unions there where we had to negotiate that we were trying to do something good. It's not that we are firing anybody. It's not that we are reducing the wages. We are making more and more opportunities, and it took almost 3 months with 3 workers' unions to make that change. Germany was, typically I had the mindset, oh, Germans are very, sorry to say that, typically I've heard about arrogant, but it was the easiest in Germany, by the way. We had 2 factories in Germany. The change was much easier than anywhere else. But having said that, with that change of painful process of against 4 to 6 months, we took us 12 to 14 months. What did we gain out of that? So Europe, if you typically know, our growth rate was around -2 to 0%. And typically Europe, people are happy with that. So, which is unlike for what we are used to. If it's 0% or 1.1% growth, that means, yay, we did something good. And with this change happening, all that happened, so Europe since last 3 years have been growing at 5 to 6%, which is phenomenal for European countries. Number one. Number two, what did we gain for the employees? Every year we used to do employee engagement survey using the company Glint. I'm not publicizing for them, but that's an international anonymous company which does the employee engagement. So European scores went up to the top quartile, which means every employee, including the workers in the shop floor, were engaged with that in the growth of the organization. So these are some good stories, and of course the market share improved a bit because the size is pretty big in Europe. So it didn't make much of a difference, or 0.8 or 0.9% improvement in the market share. The third story I have is way back in 1994-95, and this reflects too, because the third one actually I built while I was listening to the leaders here, when there was a lot of passion around quality, etc. So this hit me, why don't I talk about that as well? So I think it was around 94-95, I was fairly young, now we're getting old. I was picked up from my factory, I was on the shop floor and sent to UK for discussions with the customer to localize the products here in India. So at that time I used to work for the auto industry, and one of the large auto industries in UK were shutting down their factories and they were trying to localize. Now before I was picked up for this role, there were at least 8-9 times the samples were sent. They will put the, these are the issues, come back, rejection, and the frustration was there. Now, I had no clue. I mean, I was hardly 23, 24 years old, 2-3 years experience in the industry, not much of it. I was put in front of the customers, and the customer was in Birmingham, And if some of you know, Birmingham accent is very hard. Believe me, I could not understand more than 20-30% of English that they were speaking. Okay, let's be honest on that. And it was double whammy. One was it was a technical discussion with the drawings open. You had to discuss with them what exactly is required, understand their requirements, and bring it back to the country and develop the products, and then again we start shipping to them. So it was 3-4 times stress going up. But having said that, I think, okay, we had to write down. I had to ask the same question 4-5 times, be shameful to ask questions, but then I had to understand what exactly the change is required. Now, having said that, that time I didn't realize these 5 steps or the processes. I had no clue. But when I reflect back on that, what were the things we are doing? First thing was, and I was kind of one-man army that time. I was a young engineer, and I was just told to do that. Then I had to work with the teams here to look at the process and how will this be different. Of course, we had some questions. There should be one quality for domestic and exports. But imagine I'm talking about 95, where we were not looked at so high in the quality standards. It's become much better than where it was 25-30 years back. Of course, we had to still catch up. But the requirements which were absolutely accepted by all the auto industries here, and auto industry standards are pretty high, was not accepted there. Now, simple thing on that, again, I will not get into technicalities. People here were, including, I remember my vice president, they were actually debating that the front side performance of this product is good enough. That's what they should be worried about. It's a car, and the performance is what they should look at, whereas the customer was saying, no, this is also for spare market. On the back side, for rust prevention, there was lacquer coating and there was dust, and we are blessed to have dust in India. So the dust was from the environment coming there, so people could feel the dust particles there on the lacquer, and that was not accepted, and it didn't get into the head of people that customer doesn't want it, because they want their final customers to have the experience of having a product which meets the best of the standards. Now that was a painful process, and again, having said that, I didn't have a team. I was a one-man army, and I was young as well, so a lot of energy that time. So I had to go from plant to plant and see which process I can use, whether it's for lacquer coating or aluminizing or those processes which are there. Make sure we use some positive pressure in the environment in that area to make sure the dust is kept out, put the curtains, all those kind of things happened. And ultimately, we actually were able to set up, send the samples. They got approved first time, and then we set up the line to produce it, of course, with the controls. And I'm very happy even today, the company that I used to work for, a Japanese company, even today they are doing a lot of business with the same customer. So even after 2.5 decades, that's happening. Now, to wrap up the whole conversation that I'm talking about, one is the process, the steps, people, what is in it for me. The last thing is also the fire in the belly and the go-get attitude. That if that is there, that you have to drive, if you feel about it, that there's something good for the organization, good for us, good for the country, there's nothing which can stop it. And to conclude, I will just use some reference of Shah Rukh Khan's dialogue. अगर आप किसी चीज़ को शिद्दत से चाहो तो पूरी कायनात आपके साथ चल पड़ती है. Thank you so much. Any questions before I close, because there's some few minutes left. I mean, that's out of syllabus, by the way. I was not told for Q&A, but I'm just taking the liberty. If there's anything I can help with, otherwise we are okay to wind up.
How you could change the mindset of the people? Mindset of the people, how you can change? How fast and...
The most difficult process, the most difficult work in the journey. And again, when I talked about a people portion of it, for example, one was the communication. I said 22 people from only North region got free. So one is why people don't want to change, because they are fearful of what they are going to leave. What they're going to leave is what the comfort they have been doing. People have been selling parts for years together. Why should they sell this now? That's first, how do we mitigate? So having what is in it for me is the skill set improvement. So telling, coaching, that's why it took 4 to 6 months versus, it looks pretty simple. You can just go and implement it tomorrow, send a mail and done with it. But we are dealing with humans. We are not dealing with robots. So I think that's where the change management comes into picture. And I mentioned that right from HR, that's why I look at HR not as a controlling, HR as a business partnering. How do you work with people, talk to people over and above the other people, the managers, to make sure people understand it's what is in it for me is for their betterment. And we didn't fire anybody. We reallocated the resources. So that change management is one of the most difficult and important thing in this journey.
Amar, two questions.
Yeah.
One a bit out of syllabus, which is, as you came back to India, when you were sitting out, how were you looking at India and what's happening? And now that you are here, are you seeing it in line with what you thought? Or is it looking very different? And second question linked to the change management. As you were doing some of these change management things, how much of it was changing your own way of how you thought versus trying to change how others think?
Very good. I think super questions. So first one is from outside. Okay, I was sitting in Dubai, but I used to come to India almost every quarter, spend 1 or 2 weeks because India continued to be part of my responsibility. So I was not an outsider. It was just from, Middle East was a big business, Europe was big, so from that point of view, I was based there. And of course, had I not come back to India, I would have been in Switzerland right now because my more than $1 billion business was in Europe. So it was too much of travel. I was practically two weeks every month I was spending in Europe. So having said that, you have to weigh the options. As you said, what do you look from there? As I said in the beginning, ghar wapsi kind of thing. And some of the people who asked me this question, Dubai life is pretty cool. I have been handling that business for more than a decade. Very comfortable, even in sleep you could know, what's happening. And future was that probably September, October was the time frame. Then I was about to go to Switzerland from tax point of view because that made a lot of sense. EY was doing all the working for me. But having said that, between the two options, I chose this one is definitely not for money. I mean that anybody can vouch for it. Money, Dubai, tax-free salary, I have not had left from there, right? India, because one is that growth opportunity which is there in the country right now, right? The way it is booming. We talked about it with just power sector. What kind of growth is our power ministry looking at for up to 2030 only and henceforth? Number two is even the organization that I joined, I mean the kind of potential which can be unlocked. You have seen the stock price of our company going, people made a lot of money out of that, but I still see we have not unlocked the potential. Now, it was that mindset that in this country, and I gave you examples of Europe and some of the countries where changing things takes a lot of time. It is much easier. Sometimes we feel, oh, it's very difficult here. No, I think when I've seen the whole world, I think we are very agile as long as we treat humans like human beings, not like robots. Send a mail, do it tomorrow. No, we have to have that respect and take people along. So I think that would be my view of when I see it from outside. Second was on?
How much of it is change on how you look at it?
Exactly. So again, having said that, it's a journey. Now you cannot say, and I remember, when we started the first journey 10 years back, the way we started and way we ended in 6 months was very different. At least 30-40% it was different, and we kept navigating on the way. Because you have to keep adjusting. You cannot assume that you know everything. So we made the plan, we structured it, talked to people, increased the size of the team members, learned on the journey, and keep adjusting and accommodating to that. I think that's definitely, and that starts with me. If I don't change myself, don't expect the other people to change. Make sense? Thank you.
Hi, Amar.
Where's that?
Yeah, Kundeep, this side.
Which side? Okay, sorry.
So when we embark on change management journey, and as we know, people is important part of that. Typically, we get 3 kind of responses. They will not tell you, but these are the kind of responses. So one is refuse to change. Second, accept the change. Third is embrace the change. Now, as you were saying, prioritizing. So how do we, as a leadership team, how do we approach this kind of responses? Should we focus more on people who are accepting change to convert them into embrace the change? Or we focus on people who are refusing to change to get them to accept the change? And how to deal with this 3 kind of people?
Absolutely. Very, very good question, by the way, and very, very practical question. So first thing is, you have to be sure about when you go through this kind of a change, when you identify people who are going to work. Now, first thing is you don't think that you as one individual can drive the whole thing. You got to pick and choose people who will think alike, so you make a coterie, and doesn't mean that it's a closed-knit kind of coterie. The team has to engage with people and make sure everybody falls in place. That's point number one. Point number two, in the practical world, it's impossible to have 100% of people to go with you. For example, in 22 people that I said were freed up, 3 actually we lost, which I call mortality rate, and which is fine because they did not want to move. I didn't have a job for them in Delhi, but it was outside where we didn't have a reach. We had jobs in Agra, we had jobs in Jaipur. In those areas, they didn't want to move there. Fine, that's your choice. If you don't have that flexibility to move around, then you will have some mortality rate like that. So in the practical world, yes, some of those will fall off, and that's where you have to be very clear. So and then there will be some anchors who will actually try to pull you back. So very, very important as a leader to identify who are the people who actually will hold you back versus somebody who is helping you move the ladder. And early on, if you're able to identify, make sure coach, guide, give them first right of refusal. This is the train journey. Train is moving. Absolutely welcome to come on board. If not, next station, you are welcome to exit.
One more question.
Make sense?
As you said, like changing of a mindset is a difficult thing. But before that, I think understanding of a mindset of a person is more difficult. So because everybody has his own perception and he has created a persona around it. So how did you manage to understand the mindset better than to, next to change it, but how difficult it was to understand the mindset and then to work on it?
Absolutely. It's a learning journey because, at none stage you can say, of course, you need to have a little bit of gray hair to understand that a bit more. But having said that, that's on the lighter side. But one is you have to look at data. We call about data analytics and talk to people, be straightforward. That's what works very well. Second thing is also your gut feel. Sometimes you will definitely come across people who will say yes to everything, but after going out, they will not do anything. Yes or no? So it's very important for you to work on that gut feel also. Once, twice, thrice. More than thrice, if you accept, then you are party to it. So third time, move out and make progress. Now, this may look little pushy or something, but then we are here for business. We are here for profit, right? The organization has given us the responsibility to take this company towards building the nation. So we need to do our job well with full honesty. Does that answer? Yes, please.
Hello, I'm Mr. Udas from Modern Insulators. There are many companies in power sectors which are maybe 35, 40 years old. There are also a lot of people who have put long service. And they have been doing a job for last so many years and they are 100% convinced that this is what it is. So in such a situation, when you give a change proposal, immediately after the meeting you can hear the murmur, ye to nahi chalne wala. And how to tackle that?
Absolutely. So when you talk about change, the change doesn't have to be that you disturb the entire apple cart, right? If something is working well, you don't have to change that. Let me give you an example of my current company. Now the company is doing very well, right? We are growing at 20% plus. You're seeing the stock price, how it is going. So fundamentally, the raw material is right in the company. Now, if I come as the CEO of the company and start changing everything, that's so stupid of me. So for leaders to come in, first you have to understand what is working well, what is not working well. What's working well, continue doing the same thing. So, and age is not a criteria. So somebody may be in the company for 30 years, 35 years. So the person may be doing a good thing, continue doing what you are doing. Important is how do you complement on top of it to accelerate that growth. That is very important. It doesn't mean all the people who have been there in the company for 20, 30 years are all useless. That's not the way it works. The reason company is doing well because those people have actually taken the company to this level. So we have to respect that also. Does it make sense?
One question,
Okay.
please. Extremely good session,
Last
Amar.
question.
Yeah. Extremely
only
good
30 seconds.
session,
30 seconds
Amar.
left.
If you were made the Prime Minister of India,
Oh, good question.
what was one change you have?
I met him already, by the way.
Great. What is that one change you have in mind?
From the government side or from us as the industry?
Both.
I think it's a combination of both the things. You heard our senior industry leaders talking about competing with China, for example. And I have fairly decent experience with China as a customer, as a supplier, as factories. I visited a lot of factories in China. Even motor, for example, motor factories I visited. That time I used to buy motors. I didn't know that someday I will be making motors. But imagine just an example. For motor manufacturing, the supply I remember I visited, for third shift in the night, to 10 o'clock in the night till 7 a.m. in the morning, there was 0 charges on electricity from government, fully waived off. Now, if there's no electricity charges loading on the motor, and most of these guys, daytime, they would not run, everybody would run in the night shift with the government subsidy. Now, whether that's something we should learn from, and that's where government should do a bit of work, I would talk about is what kind of benefit do we get as industry to take, and I 100% respect what our industry leaders talked about, is there's no way we can beat China on cost today. Now, what we have to learn and be appreciative of that is the manufacturing excellence that they have. We still need to learn, we are not there. And there's no shame in saying that, I think China quality manufacturing cost per piece is still much better than what we are doing. So we have to very quickly graduate that. So the action for government, I would say, would be something like that, which will help the industry to, beat them in the market. For us is very important that how are we making those investments in the new technologies that will be future. Right? Some time back, it used to be 30 years or 40 years back was IT boom which came in. Today is the semiconductor boom. And companies like us, I'm sure there are others, Tatas, others are investing into those areas. So we as an industry, the government cannot do all of that. So we have to do it in partnership.
Thank you. I'm afraid I'll have to cut this session.
I will come down before she kicks me out.
Thanks a lot, Amar. Thanks a lot. And people can catch up with Amar over tea and coffee. We're breaking for tea, coffee. 12 noon sharp. We're running 15 minutes late, but please 10 minutes inside the hall. Our next speaker, Vineet, is already here. Thank you. People can...
For powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है.
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at ELECRAMA 2025. ELECRAMA is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. ELECRAMA is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry,
in the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, ELECRAMA 2025 will focus in emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, digitalization, automation and energy efficiency. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated theme pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage, automation, motion and drives, power generation, smart homes and buildings, and occupational health and safety. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at ELECRAMA 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. ELECRAMA promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the ELECRAMA experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at ELECRAMA 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of ELECRAMA 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at ELECRAMA 2025.
ELECRAMA 2023. The 15th edition of world's largest electrical show was organized from 18th to 22nd February 2023 at India Expo Mart, Greater Noida, with the theme Reimagine Energy for a Sustainable Future. ELECRAMA 2023 brought in focus the increasing importance of electricity as the energy source with emphasis on sustainability, innovation and safety. The exhibition showcased the strategic depth of Indian electrical industry to be the supply chain partner of the world. ELECRAMA 2023 had it all. Thousands of innovative products and technologies on display, thought-provoking conference tracks, buyer seller meets and business sessions, spread over a gross exhibition area of 110,000 square meter, close to 1,000 exhibitors, 350,000 plus visitor footfalls over 5 days, 15,000 plus buyer-seller meetings. The 2023 edition of the exhibition was true to its claim as the world's largest electricity show. The overwhelming response is testimony to the global interest in India. The exhibition was inaugurated by the Power Man of India, Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India.
From 2014-2015 onwards, it is our sector which has powered the growth of this country. And what we have done, we can be proud of. I require to invest 2,44,000 crores more from what I have invested in the transmission. The scale of the transmission lines, HT lines, LT lines, transformers, meters required between now and 2030 will just double.
President Mr. Rohit Pathak emphasized the growing importance of India in global supply chain.
आज भारत आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है और आगे विश्व भारत पर निर्भर होगा. Proactively participate in the global opportunity, especially given the evolving geopolitical scenario. Even as India will see rapid growth, I urge you all not to ignore the export opportunity.
Chairman ELECRAMA 2023, Mr. Jitendra K. Agrawal, while welcoming all, spoke about the key highlights of next 5 days.
New generation tech and focus on new energies at the E-Tech Next. Latest in the World Utility Summit, 700 buyers through RBSM for the pre-scheduled meetings. More than 15,000 pre-scheduled meetings are already decided with the buyers and the exhibitors. 300 utility buyers from almost all places of the country.
The star-studded inaugural was also addressed by Mr. Jean-Paul Tricoire, Global CEO, Schneider Electric, and Mr. Satish Pai, Managing Director, Hindalco Industries. ELECRAMA 2023 was privileged to host a special plenary by Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of India. Mr. Goyal emphasized the importance of quality.
ELECRAMA has of course become an institution. The electrical industry certainly makes India proud of its work both in India and internationally. I think the time has now come that what was said earlier, let the world be dependent on India, let the world become our stage. Make it known to the world that India can be a reliable and a trusted partner in their energy needs, in their energy efficiency programs, in their transition programs to clean energy, and the strength that this industry has demonstrated over the years gives me the confidence that you can do it, and I hope you will do it.
The who's who of Indian electrical equipment manufacturing industry rubbed shoulders with policymakers and global CEOs and other key dignitaries. ELECRAMA boosted international relationships through presence of international visitors from 87 countries, buyer-seller meets and business delegations. IEEMA also signed several MOUs with international counterpart associations. RBSM featured 700 plus foreign buyers from 75 plus countries in Africa, ASEAN, CIS, SAARC, Middle East, Europe and North America. DBSM had a strong Indian participation and hosted 300 plus procurement officials from 90 plus utilities and 35 non-utility buyers. The reverse buyer-seller meet, RBSM, and domestic buyer-sellers meet, DBSM, held this time, opened the world market with around 15,000 plus B2B meeting, which resulted into generation of business inquiries worth $10 billion. Specific business-oriented session on opportunities in railways and defense were also held. Key firsts at this edition included closed-door CEOs roundtable with Power Minister. Electraverse Startup Challenge Awards, where top 3 startups were awarded. 12 shortlisted startup companies were given space in Startup Pavilion, showcasing new tech. The flagship event also served as thought leadership platform that drives the future of power sector. The third edition of E-Tech Next focused on new energies, sustainable buildings and capital raise for massive investments required in new tech. The fourth edition of World Utility Summit with the theme Sustainable Transformation of Utilities saw participation from 55 utilities and speakers from abroad. Chief guest Mr. Alok Kumar, Secretary, Ministry of Power, joined the conference virtually. Women in Power Pavilion continued with its objective of providing a platform for women in power sector to discuss their challenges and achievements. Success of any exhibition is centered on the visitors it attracts. A well-rounded promotion campaign was carried out to attract highest ever unique visitor numbers. Visitor experience got special focus this time, for which a range of new features and services were introduced. The 5 days event concluded with a valedictory session where the newly introduced Electraverse Spark Awards and the Best Display, Best Product Awards were given. ELECRAMA 2025 will provide yet another memorable experience for those involved. See you at ELECRAMA 2025.
Ever wondered what a spark is? For some, it's just the beginning. For us, it's a powerful idea that creates opportunities for powerful transformations, unleashing a massive electrical future that knows no bounds. With net zero commitments, sustainability and innovation, driving cutting-edge technologies, the increased adoption of electrification is opening the floodgates to a new, bold future. Leading this epic change in India's own energy sector that's transforming at a rapid pace and unfurling exciting global opportunities. With every passing year, it is fast emerging as one of the biggest energy markets in the world and a trusted global supply partner.
आज दुनिया में ऑयल, गैस और एनर्जी सेक्टर से जुड़ा करीब हर लीडर भारत में निवेश करना चाहता है.
With India embarking on rapid strides, the world is looking up to India as the leading global entity in electric energy supply and systems. The stage is set at ELECRAMA 2025. ELECRAMA is the flagship showcase of the global electricity industry and the largest gathering of power sector ecosystem in the world. ELECRAMA is your comprehensive gateway to a complete spectrum of electrical solutions that powers the planet from source to socket and everything in between.
You are actually my family. This industry is our industry. And in our industry, in the past 5-6 years, we brought about a huge transformation.
The 16th edition is all set to be bigger, better, bolder than ever before. With the theme Reimagining Energy for Sustainable Future, ELECRAMA 2025 will focus in emerging areas of sustainability, innovation, quality, safety, reliability, digitalization, automation and energy efficiency. This edition will feature for the first time dedicated theme pavilions for new energies, digital energy, battery and energy storage, automation, motion and drives, power generation, smart homes and buildings, and occupational health and safety. Get ready for an immersive experience like never before at ELECRAMA 2025, as you will have an opportunity to find the latest in product, technology, solutions and innovations in generation, transmission and distribution, consumption, and startup ecosystem. ELECRAMA promises to deliver an unmatched experience and opportunity to engage with the spectrum of industry players and network with global counterparts and key decision makers. It not only promotes the showcase of products and ideas, but also provides a platform for growth opportunities and forging new business ties. The impressive lineup of co-located events offers a 360-degree touch that rounds up the ELECRAMA experience. Your search for the latest in product, technology, innovations, solutions ends here at ELECRAMA 2025. This is not just an event. It's a journey into the heart of power and electricity, where future of energy takes center stage. Be a part of ELECRAMA 2025 to script the future of the new energy paradigm. See you at ELECRAMA 2025.
ELECRAMA 2023. The 15th edition of world's largest electrical show was organized from 18th to 22nd February 2023 at India Expo Mart, Greater Noida, with the theme Reimagine Energy for a Sustainable Future. ELECRAMA 2023 brought in focus the increasing importance of electricity as the energy source with emphasis on sustainability, innovation and safety. The exhibition showcased the strategic depth of Indian electrical industry to be the supply chain partner of the world. ELECRAMA 2023 had it all. Thousands of innovative products and technologies on display, thought-provoking conference tracks, buyer seller meets and business sessions, spread over a gross exhibition area of 110,000 square meter, close to 1,000 exhibitors, 350,000 plus visitor footfalls over 5 days, 15,000 plus buyer-seller meetings. The 2023 edition of the exhibition was true to its claim as the world's largest electricity show. The overwhelming response is testimony to the global interest in India. The exhibition was inaugurated by the Power Man of India, Shri R.K. Singh, Honorable Minister of Power, New and Renewable Energy, Government of India.
From 2014-2015 onwards, it is our sector which has powered the growth of this country. And what we have done, we can be proud of. I require to invest 2,44,000 crores more from what I have invested in the transmission. The scale of the transmission lines, ST lines, LT lines, transformers, meters required between now and 2030 will just double.
President Mr. Rohit Pathak emphasized the growing importance of India in global supply chain.
आज भारत आत्मनिर्भर हो रहा है और आगे विश्व भारत पर निर्भर होगा. Proactively participate in the global opportunity, especially given the evolving geopolitical scenario. Even as India will see rapid growth, I urge you all not to ignore the export opportunity.
Chairman ELECRAMA 2023, Mr. Jitendra K. Agrawal, while welcoming all, spoke about the key highlights of next 5 days.
New generation tech and focus on new energies at the eTech Next. Latest in the World Utility Summit, 700 buyers through RBSM for the pre-scheduled meetings. More than 15,000 pre-scheduled meetings are already decided with the buyers and the exhibitors. 300 utility buyers from almost all places of the country.
The star-studded inaugural was also addressed by Mr. Jean-Paul Tricoire, Global CEO, Schneider Electric, and Mr. 23, who was privileged to host a special plenary by Shri Piyush Goyal, Honorable Minister of Commerce and Industry of India. Mr. Goyal emphasized the importance of quality.
ELECRAMA has of course become an institution. The electrical industry certainly makes India proud of its work both in India and internationally. I think the time has now come that what was said earlier, let the world be dependent on India, let the world become our stage. Make it known to the world that...
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We request you to kindly be seated. We are about to start the next session. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would request all of you to kindly be seated. We are about to start the next session. May I invite on stage President ELECRAMA-elect Mr. Sunil Singhvi, Vice President ELECRAMA, Mr. Vikram Gangotra, and Mr. Vineet Mittal, Chairman Avada Group. I would also request Mr. Sunil Singhvi to set the context of the session on outlook of India's journey to a sustainable future and also introduce Mr. Mittal. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to extend a very warm welcome to Vineet ji for sparing his valuable time. In the forenoon, before tea session, we had a very, very interesting discussion about the renewable side. And I think we talked about Make in India. We talked about what government is thinking about the hydrogen and the green hydrogen and the amount of investments which are planned in the green hydrogen. Even Government of India is thinking about 19,000 crore over the years for the green hydrogen. India has taken a step forward. We have got a first electrolyzer factory set up in Bangalore. Green hydrogen will find applications not only industry, automobile, number of other areas. And to cover all these points, we have a very, very eminent personality with us. Doesn't need introduction. Mr. Vineet Mittal, he is the chairman of Avada Group. Vineet ji is a very distinguished alumnus of Harvard Business School and is a serial entrepreneur known for his remarkable success in the field of information technology, IT services, and green energy. In 2010, Mr. Mittal founded Wellspun Energy, which became a leading player in renewable sector in 2010, when very few people started working on the renewable side. Then he had a very impressive installed capacity of 1.2 gigawatt that time. Thereafter, he transferred the ownership of the company to Tata Power in 2016 with a valuation of US $1.4 billion. And in his unwavering commitment to clean energy, then Mr. Mittal launched Avada Energy in 2017, which later evolved into the Avada Group, India's leading integrated energy conglomerate. Its operation encompasses renewable energy, solar PV manufacturing, green hydrogen, and its derivatives like green ammonia, green methanol, and sustainable aviation fuel. Avada Energy, the flagship entity of Avada Group, is India's prominent renewable energy independent power producer. Within 5 years of its incorporation, it has an impressive portfolio and set ambitious target of reaching 11 gigawatt by 2026 and 30 gigawatt by 2030. The solar manufacturing division of Avada Group is at the forefront of developing a large-scale integrated plant under the PLI scheme of the Indian government. Vineet ji, we had a very, very interesting discussion in the morning about the energy transition and its challenges. And still a lot of discussion is happening about the viability of the green hydrogen, its technical challenges, and it will happen, everybody is convinced. The time period at which it will become commercially and technically viable. Then we had a lot of discussion about the renewable transition, and I think we have taken a leap. India is only 200 gigawatt, almost 200 gigawatt now, and a lot of thrust is happening on the solar side. But a lot of debate happens whether India should put more focus on other renewable also, whether biomass, whether hydro, small hydro. And I think nuclear is going to be big, particularly small reactors. So I think the technology is in small reactor, and I think we could see in the financial budget of this year, a lot of work is happening in the small reactor side. And I strongly believe technically, in the time to come, nuclear energy will also be very, very important. And I think all these economics, what do you think how the Indian distribution system will cope up with these challenges of managing the generation on side and increasing demand of the electric vehicle and other type of loads? Because a lot of youngsters don't use gas now, they use electric heating. And similarly, the air conditioning say become cheaper. So these are all points we keep on debating in various seminars and conferences. But what we request you to give a clear insight as per your experience on this sector, where we are heading to, and what different we should do to accelerate these changes. Over to you, Mr. Vineet.
Thank you, Sunil ji. Thank you, IEEMA, for inviting me here. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and privilege to be among all of you. I usually do a similar exercise in Noida every year with all our partners. And I see some of you here, so you'll be able to relate to some of the stuff which we are saying, and I had chance of interacting with many of you early this year on the similar topic at our annual meet with the partner. So from my perspective, and sun is shining on India. So if you look at when we started in 2009, we had signed 40 megawatt contract with the Gujarat government as a part of Vibrant Gujarat in 2009 in January. And that time, even 40 megawatt looked too ambitious because the biggest plant in India that time was less than 1 megawatt. And when I went to First Solar to sell us 40 megawatt solar panels, they actually refused to sell to an Indian company, saying that you guys have no experience, and India has not even done 1 megawatt. So I reached out to someone in the Walmart family, Sam Walton's family member. He spoke to them and met them again. And then they put the condition that we will sell you the solar panels, but through German company. And they gave us the name of Beck Energy, Juvi or Konergy. So we partnered with Konergy in 2010, early 2010. And on Dhanteras Day, we made that project operational with the help of Konergy. So from that day, when people were not trusting India, and when I announced in 2010 we will do 500 megawatt project, and even one of the newspaper was very harsh that India is still making the policy for JNNSM. The 20 megawatt program was not launched till then, and a company which is just a startup has announced 500 megawatt. So come from that day, it's sun is literally shining, and we are capitalizing the abundance of sun. So these are some of these numbers which you all are very, very aware. And if you look at this sector alone, offers a $500 billion opportunity for you guys in different ways, which I will explain. And if you look at from India's perspective, so India, like many other countries, have promised to become net zero by 2070. But all the meetings which we are having with the government is actually trying to become truly Atmanirbhar by 2047. At 100 years of independence, India's security as a nation is linked with energy security. So if you look at when I started my first venture in .com, I was in 22 or 23-year-old, and that time rupee to dollar conversion was 38. And now we are looking at 83. So in some sense, if you look at the US residents' ability to buy things in India have become relatively cheap. So in some way, I look at that the currency depreciation from an exporter perspective is good, but for nation security is not such a great thing. So from that angle, because we are so dependent on import, our import bill in oil alone is 150 billion. And today, for the first time, India has a solution where in next 2-3 decades, if we work properly, we can actually literally run the cars, bus and trucks from either water or batteries. And that's the path, in my opinion, India would take. And I hear your challenges, and probably I will be happy to answer any queries around that. So just to reemphasize that India is targeting net zero by 2017. Our target is 500 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel-based energy. In addition to that, there is a 5 million ton per annum green hydrogen target, which is half of it is for the substituting the ammonia import, which our fertilizer sector does. So 5 million tons of hydrogen, you are looking at roughly 30 million tons of green methanol, green ammonia equivalent, which translates into roughly 125 gigawatt to 150 gigawatt of solar and wind energy. So if you look at, though Indian government doesn't officially like to admit that they have set up on themselves 625 gigawatt target on non-fossil fuels, and that's what I'm seeing all the action towards by 2030. And PM himself has promised at COP's 26 meeting, Panchamrit, where even on carbon intensity, we have taken a commitment and signed for the binding contract on that. So the good news is that all these targets are going to make life super exciting for all of you in this room. For the first time, the electrical industry is compared with the IT industry. And if you read my blog, I have written that future is India currently is known for IT, which is about Indian talent. But so far, Indian talent has unleashed its full potential across the world in the area of information technology, software development. You know, you go anywhere in the world, you will hear about it. But you are looking for next 30 years where India will be known for information technology and energy transition. And that's where you guys would play a very important role, and it's going to create a $1 trillion opportunity, and we can look at exciting time, and probably, in my view, India would do so well that probably besides China, we will be the second largest manufacturing and opportunity market for energy transition. So if you look at, before coming here yesterday, I was debating with my team that what is the opportunity people are not even talking about. And what came to me that a few weeks back, PMO called us for a meeting and said that we are targeting such a large ambitious target of 500 gigawatt of green energy plus 5 million ton. And so I said, sir, the biggest challenge is on transmission, and the transmission which I had applied for in 2023, now that has been moved to HVDC, and connectivity is coming in 2028. And then we debated a lot. We said that there are two options, that existing corridor from Barla, Bikaner, Barmer and Khavda, if these four corridors are converted from 400 kV not to 765, just use the Bina model of 1200 kV ultra high voltage AC double circuit, and with the high end conductor you are looking at a 16,000 megawatt on each of those corridor, and with higher power density, and the distance is 500 to 700 kilometer, so technology is doable. We are looking at such a huge opportunity for your sector, which is going to be really huge, and every of these lines will be a 20,000 crore plus capex. So, and this can come in the time frame of 2 to 2.5 years. So many of you who are skeptical about 500 gigawatt target, let me tell you that like you, the government also is skeptical, and they want to reach it, not because it's the right thing to do, it's because they have no other solution. Because if they don't do it, there is no cheaper source of energy. See, today their new tender of thermal is coming at 6 rupees LCOE, levelized cost of electricity. And that is why they have come out with a policy to not let citizens' anger come in the foray, to combine it with the solar, so they can camouflage those thermal and solar bids and show it below 4 or 5 rupees. So today if you look at an LCOE of 6 rupees on thermal, because the capex which BHEL is charging on thermal power plant is roughly around 10 crore, including IDC for per megawatt, compared to that of less than 50% for solar and 20% less for wind. So solar, wind together have become very robust solution at an 3.5 rupees hybrid tariff. You are looking at 13 hours of power, and if you throw 4-hour batteries into it, you are looking at roughly 4 rupees tariff, which if you look at the NPV, because solar and wind tariff we are offering for 25 years stable. So when you look at, probably you guys don't even make model for your company for beyond 7-8 years, but being an IPP, we actually make 25 years model. So when we got into manufacturing and I asked my business head, please show me the 25-year forecast, and he started looking at me very strangely. He said, we make it for 3 years, and because I know you are long term, so we made it for you for 5 years. So if you look at 4 rupees tariff translate into less than 2 rupees of NPV, if you forecast it over a period of 25 years. So what you are comparing is a 6 rupees tariff with 2 rupees tariff for green power. So green power is not only green and environmental friendly and increases our lifespan, but it's really, really cheap. So government is really worried. They want to do it. They are asking for the solution. They are asking for partner. They have no desire to import anything. So there is a huge opportunity for you guys to consider investing into all the component. I have written down the main components, so it can provoke you to look at STATCOM and SVG we are importing from China. Why should we be importing? It's not a rocket science. We provide the best electrical engineers to the world. Why are we not making it locally in India? We can make it. Probably in the past, the opportunity was not very clear, and with a lot of companies going into the NPAs in the past, there is a fear of doing unnecessary capex till the market is established. So I'm here to share Avada's story, sector's story, that now I think we are at the golden era and we are just taking off. And in this takeoff time, if you invest, you would thank Indian government in years to come that probably they created something which you didn't even see coming. And I want to share, some of you told me earlier today that you were at RE Invest. So I was sharing my experience with Kabraji before that when the new MNRE minister became the minister, he started meeting association head. So I'm president of SPDA, so we had an opportunity to meet him. And he shared a story about how he had a single mandate from Honorable PM when he became the coal minister, that he has to substitute coal imports. And he increased 650 million ton of coal to 1 billion ton coal. So he says, I like target. I like to solve the problem. You give me 4 to 5 challenges, which is the biggest challenge for your industry, and let me see how I solve it. And he said, you explain me the sector. I am totally new, very humble and nice guy. But tell us the solution also. Otherwise, I will take many months to figure it out. And if you guys have figured it out, tell me the solution. I'll go into the implementation mode. So in the first meeting itself, we told him that, sir, our biggest challenge as a sector is 3 or 4. The first challenge is that the project is done in the states, whereas project is awarded in the center. So central government has 4 central government authority company, NTPC, NHPC, SJVN and SECI. They award us the tender, but they have no influence over the state government, and states have to implement. So you have to, first thing you have to do, understand the importance of state in making you successful. And then he narrated how he went to Odisha and sorted out all the Mahanadi coal and other challenges with the land acquisition, and that clicked with me. So I said, sir, what you do, there are 3 conferences which are annual, biggest conference for RE sector which MNRE does. One is the hydrogen conference and one is the RE investor forum, where you should invite Honorable Prime Minister And what you should do is that to make every state to actually compete with who is going to sign the maximum PPA, and whoever signs the maximum PPA, get them to sign a commitment letter to Honorable PM and commit it to the central government. That will sign our power purchase agreement signing thing, and same thing you do for the land, and then you get all the transmission and companies to agree for who is going to build this network and get them to sign Sapat Patra, get the banks to agree to fund us, and even invite the private equity investor for the CEO round table and take Sapat Patra from them, that who is going to fund these projects on equity and debt side. And somehow it clicked with him, and he came out with this concept of Sapat Patra, which is the commitment letter, which was presented in the RE Invest, and these are the numbers. So friends, if you look at this number, already serious developers across the industry, whether it is Adani, Reliance, Tata, you name any of the top players, they all have together committed 570 gigawatt of projects by 2030. So already we are at 200 gigawatt. So almost double the capacity is committed by likes of NTPC, NHPC, Tatas, Adani and Reliance, who have deep pockets. So it's not like the MOUs which state government signed. It's a real company signing for the real target. Then he got solar module manufacturers to commit to make solar cells, solar modules locally. And there I see a challenge that people have gone overboard and committed lot more capacity than probably India needs by 2030. But there is an exuberance about that, and that's where we will see a lot of consolidation in probably manufacturing, because everyone sees it as a golden era and is trying to invest into that. He got huge commitment for solar cell manufacturing. He got wind turbine also to ramp up, and additional 22 gigawatt in addition to 20 gigawatt which exist. He got even 10 gigawatt commitment for electrolyzer manufacturing. And financing to fund all of this, if you look at almost the same level of financing commitment he got from NAFED, REC, PFC, SBI, even every of these top institutions, chairman were there. So basically, if you look at this, government is not only saying and setting up the target, they are going into the detail of who will do what, by when, and then making them sign commitment letters. And the commitment letter which has been seen by their cabinet and their board. And you won't believe there were 8 CM trying to compete in RE Invest, that who is the biggest. And one of the state government I casually heard, because I was sitting next to the chief minister, he's saying, दूसरे state ने इतना ज़्यादा commit कर दिया, हमारे पास जगह थी, हमने क्यों नहीं किया? So this is a very positive sign that the chief ministers don't like to be number 2 or number 3. They want to be number 1. And once the competition starts, no one better than you to understand that drives people to excel. And if the state come on board to make us successful, no one can stop India from becoming a developed nation, and no one can stop you guys from getting the order. And I'm looking for India where there it's a suppliers market, where the suppliers can demand that the best person who pays them on time would get their equipment, and those days will come. So you are looking at for some of the best days to come. And the reason I bring this slide, if you look at, all of us are hearing so many negative things about China. Yesterday I was at debating with someone from Bloomberg New Energy Finance. He had called me to debate about something, and he's saying, boss, China has also implemented prosperity for all campaign, due to which all the financial institutions have reduced the salary by 50%. We have done an article that China is going through deflation. It will go through the similar path like Japan. But if you look at the number, and particularly the number which matters to all of you in this room, you would see that last year alone, China did 1.6 trillion. And if this sector was not there, China would have not reached their target of 50%. So if you look at, these are the actual number. the country had 461 gigawatt supply of entire PV manufacturing. Now they have 1.2 terawatt in a matter of 3 years. Lithium-ion battery, 1.8 terawatt. Solar PV installation, now they install half the installation which is happening in the world, and same thing they are doing on the wind. And imagine India, if we do the same thing, what is going to happen? And our forecast today is actually on a lower side. And this 200 gigawatt capacity which we are adding does not include rooftop, for which 75,000 crore subsidies come. CNI sector, green hydrogen sector, open access sector, none of that is included. So you are looking at one of the biggest opportunity on the solar addition side, based on the contract which has already been awarded by the government. By 2028, people have to do additional 200 gigawatt of solar alone. And if you look at the same number in the wind, it's not that rosy, but now the addition will be more than 5 gigawatt year on year. Wind is fairly distributed, and there are issues around land, etc. My own company is adding 5 gigawatt. We currently have a 4 gigawatt sites where we have acquired and paid for money for. And if you look at in the same thing on the electrolyzer model. So on this, I think Sunil ji, while introducing me, asked a few of the questions. So let me share something from you. We had the chance to share in 2019, when India was not doing so great, our Honorable PM used to call group of people and brainstorm with them. And in one of the meeting, we shared with him, कि sir, the time has come where what we can do, we can, lot of our water from river is going into the sea. And it's a sensitive topic for him. I've been hearing about this from him, that नर्मदा का पानी आके समुद्र में चला जाता है और पानी वेस्ट होता है. और I said that water can become an import substitution tool for the fuel. And what we can do as a country, we can, instead of those water going into the sea, at the appropriate location, we can start converting that water into the fuel. So you split the water, convert that into hydrogen and oxygen, and use that hydrogen to run your car, to run your factory. And a lot of the sector which earlier were purely dependent on other form of energy, like steel used to say, we can't convert. DRI can't happen without coking coal, etc. So all of those process, now the technology exists. So I don't quite agree with your statement that today technology is not matured. When I was in engineering college, we used to have a pilot program of splitting hydrogen to oxygen, and ammonia first time was made 130 years ago. So Haber-Bosch process was like everyone's lab you have done these exercises. So, and even electrolyzer, I was in Norway, and they have 60, 70-year-old electrolysis process. If you go to many of the chemical industry, they have been using it. So there is no rocket science. The change which has happened in the last 12, 13 years is this the game changer LCOE of $2, which is actually what you are doing is you are converting 50 units of that. So 2 rupees into 50 is $100. So if you compare this, I'll give you an example. Many of you don't probably know. Indian Oil produces methanol as a byproduct in Tinsukia. And in 2019, from Assam, after transporting and all, it was not working out. They started mixing 15% of this methanol as a fuel in the petrol there. And now they have an M15 version, which they have been running for 4 years. किसी गाड़ी में कोई पंगा नहीं आया, ज़्यादा वो बात नहीं करते, but M15 version already चल रहा है. In 2013, Indian Institute of Science made a truck along with Ashok Leland, which is running 100% on methanol. And there are many companies in China which have M100 version of cars. There are several shipping companies which I have met over the last 3 years, which are making methanol ships. So if any one of you who tracks IMO, International Maritime Organization, and EU, they have come out with 3 game-changing policies. The first thing is something called a CBAM, which our country and China and Japan are opposing, which is Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism. So Europe has this concept of ETS, Emission Trading Scheme. So they have a carbon market, very robust carbon market, where the polluting industry in Europe is penalized for emitting carbon dioxide, especially steel, fertilizer, copper, aluminum, and many others, gas. And post-Ukraine crisis, they came out with this whole thing that I'm no more going to punish my own industry. I'm going to create a level playing market field, where they came out with these 2 policies. One is that we will implement CBAM, which is getting implemented from 1st January 2026, where they came out with a regulation that up to a certain level of import on fertilizer, steel, and several other industries, they will start charging emission tax. So if, say, Tata Steel sitting in Tarapur, if they are causing emission of 3.2 million ton per ton of steel making, so be it. 3.2 million into 80 euro is the ETS price last month. So you have to pay that much of taxes as an input tax, and unless you go green. So what it is driving today, this alone CBAM Act, currently I have 700 megawatt of pending power purchase agreement for round the clock green power. And people have deposited 10 crore to 100 crore so that I can provide them 24/7 green power by 2028, and they have submitted it to European Union based on power purchase agreement with Avada, because their product was going to be taxed in Europe, and we are jointly pursuing with European Union that by 2026 I will give them solar and wind of this much of quantity, and I'll give a few hours of battery, but my pumped hydro project is coming in 2027. So give us a waiver that 2028 you will not tax them. We don't know yet whether they would accept our request or not, but at least 60% of their energy uses we are able to decarbonize by 2026, and entire energy consumption by 2028. So look at the behavior changing. The people who had a group captive coal-based power plant, he's literally actually using my friend circle to influence me that if I have some way of commissioning in 2028, because they have not done hydro, so they think we are prioritizing high-paying customer, which is not the case. Pumped hydro takes 4 years to implement. But the reason I'm setting that context, because people, because of CBAM, is changing the behavior globally. And I was with the Japan's largest exporter to Europe, and CEO spent 2 hours with me last year. And then METI, which is the organization which makes policies in Japan, we made a presentation to them, and Chief of Staff of Prime Minister of Japan. And they, after that 2 months of that meeting, they come out with a $42 billion contract for difference. Currently, they do $300 billion of exports in one industry alone to Europe, and they have a 70 billion liability on CBAM in Japan based on all their export. So they figured out if Japanese economy has to remain robust, they are not going to find a waiver. They might as well start incentivizing towards greening their economy, and they have signed a net zero target by 2050 itself. So the difference between gray ammonia and green ammonia based on 4 or 5 parameters would be paid by the government. And why they are doing it, it's not a charity. They are doing it because they want their industry to remain intact and not get impacted by it. Same thing now Korea is doing. We recently got qualified by a very large player in Korea to supply them green ammonia from our Odisha plant. They are moving their entire thermal power generation by 2040 on green ammonia. They are moving their gas-based power plant to green ammonia, coal-based power plant to green ammonia-based engine from GE and Mitsubishi. So if you change, CBAM is one regulation. Second is EU Marine Act, where 10% of your heavy oil has to convert into green ammonia, green methanol, or blue ammonia, blue methanol, and you have to reduce your emission if you are entering the Europe from 1st January 2025. And the targets is increasing up to 2050. Today we have 2 active engagement with European ship companies for supplying them green methanol. And they want us to supply in 2026. They are willing to give me premium. I'm not able to give them before 2028 because of only one limiting factor, that government of India is not finding enough HVDC vendor or HVAC vendor locally who can supply them on time. So my grid connectivity, which has been given to me from Rajasthan, can commission by 2026. Earlier they had given me for July 2026. Now they have moved it to March 2028 because they have moved that substation to HVDC. So that's the challenge today. Challenge is already I'm seeing a supplier side challenge on green ammonia, green methanol. Offtake was not happening earlier because people were asking obscene rate for green ammonia, green methanol. Now, when we have engineered the entire project, we are fairly competitive. If you add the saving of carbon dioxide, which it does, and create a level playing field, we are competitive already. And that's why Japan, Korea, Singapore, and Europe is going to buy, and Solar Energy Corporation is coming with 2 million ton tender. So don't consider it as a futuristic, it is current. Probably my hope is by this year end, we will also announce signing of a binding offtake contract. We already have few MOUs where based on the commissioning date of our project, it will transfer into offtake agreement. So the opportunity is there today. It's not future. And electrolyzer opportunity is also there today. But unfortunately, what I am seeing is that in electrolyzer and solar module and solar cells, there is a euphoria. So many people are entering that I see that many failure story to come in near future, because when everyone thinks that they can make everything so successfully, then you start making mistake and then you start getting bad name to the industry. So, but in terms of the real opportunity is real, and we are going to see huge demand. And you said that you discussed about challenges, and I explained what government did, but these are some of the challenges: PPA, land, financing. But I am telling you from my experience since 2010, I have done 70-80 projects financial closure. Even today I get 2 to 3 times oversubscription. Financing has never been a constraint. I'll give you a peak of COVID when I started green ammonia. A lot of people told me, my friends and family, you are always nutty, but this time तो you are taking at extreme. ओ मुंगेरी लाल के हसीन सपने देख रहे हो कि गाड़ी को भी हवा से चलाओगे और पानी से चलाओगे. So when I used to explain, I used to tell my friends कि पानी को फाड़ूंगा, उससे हाइड्रोजन निकालूंगा, हवा में से नाइट्रोजन ले लूंगा और उससे अमोनिया बना दूंगा और कार्बन डाइऑक्साइड JSW के स्टील प्लांट से लूंगा, उसको मिक्स करूंगा हाइड्रोजन से और मिथनॉल बना डालूंगा. सो लोगों को लगा कि ये हसीन सपने देख रहा है फिर से और ये मिस्टेक करेगा. एंड देन आई वेंट विद दैट प्लान टू द मार्केट टू रेज $300 million. So we didn't even hire any banker. I personally went, I knew most of the global private equity fund and investor. And let me tell you, in 2 months, I got demand for $2 billion. And we signed term sheet with 3 of them. And I told my team, let's no more talk about 5 gigawatt target. Let's revise our target to 11 gigawatt. And let's go for 1 million ton ammonia. And we started with 300 and we closed a $1.3 billion fundraise. So in private equity round, in 6 months, we closed 10,000 crore. Even in public market, people find it difficult to raise. And we raised without banker $1.3 billion, and for shareholders agreement, we hired JP Morgan to negotiate. So basically, money is not a constraint. It's in our head that money is a constraint. For well-proven entrepreneurs who have track record, who respect investor as an investor. See, the biggest problem India today faces is that many promoters, there is a perception कि वो investor को पैसा नहीं कमाने देंगे. तो मैं सबसे पहले स्लाइड अपने इन्वेस्टर को ये दिखाता हूँ कि बॉस मेरे परिवार में जो है इन्वेस्टर को खुदा माना जाता है. मेरे दादाजी सिखा के गए कि लोगों को कमा के दो और उनको अपनी आदत डाल दो. सो मैंने एडीबी, डीजी, एफएमओ को 2 बार कमा के दिया. In every project I get term sheet and I'm able to close from ADB and DEG in less than 3 months because we have given highest ever return to them. So when you give return to your shareholders, their respect increases. And if you start explaining them the concept that whatever happens, your money is in the safe hand, they want someone to invest with. See, they are not in market to not invest money. They get rewarded to invest. They should get comfortable with you कि आप उसका पैसा लेके बंगला नहीं बनाओगे और he will not lose money where you have a fanciest lifestyle. You are living in private jets and you are showing no profit. That's not going to work anymore. And people who have credibility and who are going to give return, banks will queue up at your door and private equity will entertain you. कि बॉस मेरे से पैसा ले लो और कितना और चाहिए ये बता दो. So, and that's what you have to do. Though I've looked it as a challenge because industry says it as a challenge, but fortunately we have not found. We raise money at 6.75, and we are not even a 6-7 years old company. When we sold our past venture to Tata, we had to reset and start from scratch. And many rating agencies used to say you don't have even 5 years track record and you want AAA. And we could convince them to get AAA rating and we did a bond at 6.75%. So that's why I find it difficult when people say that money is a constraint. I don't agree that money is constraint. And I think the other challenge which I am seeing personally is fear. When I call up my friends, कि बॉस मेरे लिए कांच की फैक्ट्री लगा दो, मैं तुमको नागपुर में जगह देता हूं और जितना बड़ा बोरोसिल नहीं उससे बड़ा कॉन्ट्रैक्ट देता हूं. लोग इन्वेस्ट नहीं कर रहे. सो पीपल आर स्केप्टिकल. पीपल वांट टू ग्रो इंक्रीमेंटली बिकॉज इन द पास्ट they have got harassed by authorities or by some genuine mistake. So they want to take cautious approach. That is this a euphoria or is this real? So they want to wait and watch before they put their hard-earned money and their credibility at stake. So that's why I'm saying that ancillary material manufacturing in India is still not very robust. And capital equipment, even today, when I'm going for my manufacturing line, even US doesn't manufacture. Like I'm struggling for my wafer line in GOT line. People are saying कि आप क्या करो, एक US में कंपनी बनाओ, हम उसको बेचेंगे, उससे आप इंडिया ले जाओ. हमको इंडिया को डायरेक्ट बेचना अलाउड नहीं है. So why should some other country define my destiny? Why with so many brilliant talent of 1.4 billion people with almost 10 million engineers coming to the country, why are we not making it locally? And I think in near term, I see polysilicon and wafer manufacturing would not be available locally, but even Avada is trying for that. And I think we have a diluted criteria for some of the restrictions. The government of India is committed to create non-tariff barrier. So they have created it for solar panels, they will create it for solar cells, but the same stringent rule needs to be created for wind machines so that no one can take the advantage. But at the same time, we tell all the wind manufacturers, don't make cartel. Because the cake is too big. Let's all make decent enough money. The Rome was not built in a day. So let's all become billionaire, but incremental billionaire, not in like few years billionaire, because that's not going to solve, because then government gets pushed around and then they allow import. And we have been advocating with the government to bring PLI on ancillary, which they are very favorably considering, PLI on wind also, which is needed, and separate PLI for polysilicon and wafer in the country. And as a group, our vision is to implement 30 gigawatt plants by 2030 and 11 odd gigawatt by 2026. If the connectivity is there, then probably we'll exceed those targets. 10 gigawatt of manufacturing we want to do, and 1 million tons of green ammonia, green methanol. So Avada Group is a fully integrated company. Our first module factory is operational. Our second module factory is under construction in Nagpur. Our third factory will go under construction in Nevratra, in Greater Noida. So all the three places combined, we will have 13 odd gigawatt of solar panel and 10 gigawatt of cell manufacturing, and we are co-locating everything, like right from junction box, silver paste. We are saying you come co-locate with us. We have got the capital subsidy. I have got the green power. I have got interest subsidy. All of that would be provided to you, and we would co-invest with you in the equipment because we want to localize the ecosystem. In renewable energy, we have 23 gigawatt of contracts. So 11 gigawatt was our target by 2026. We have exceeded our own target and our own expectation. We have 23 gigawatt. By next month, we are hoping to touch 25 gigawatt. We have recently won 1.5 gigawatt of hybrid project in one of the state tender, but LOI has not come, so we have not included that. And in round the clock green power, we have a separate vertical which does water batteries, we call it. So that business has also doing 3 pumped storage project. And we have 3 projects on green ammonia, green methanol, and one of the project we have got all the permit, incentive, engineering, everything done, which hopefully should go into construction next year. And if you look at from your perspective, I told my team, please put this slide together, that what all Avada needs, and that was my driving fact. Today I had multiple meetings, so I cancelled few of the meetings to come and talk to you guys because I wanted to share that a small startup like us have this contracted capacity where we are going to be doing almost 2.5 lakh crore capex. And for that capex, we need your support, your partnership in every aspect. Every business of ours needs you. Whether it is ingot and wafer manufacturing, we are open to not doing in-house. We are becoming vertically and horizontally integrated because we are not getting enough partners. That's why we are expanding and going into something which is like glass making is not my business. I don't want to do it. But we are now almost compelled to get into that business because people are not investing enough, fast enough. And probably we will have that also in the portfolio when 2-3 years down the line we meet you. And these are all places where we have acquired the land. So land acquisition and transmission is not a problem for me. Fortunately, Government of India allows you to get the evacuation if you have the land. So land-based capacity we have tied up for 30 gigawatt. So my 2030 target is real. So all these opportunity which you are seeing is in the true sense. These are all the stuff which we require from partners like you in different vertical of our business. Even on the storage, we recently took out a 5 gigawatt hour tender, and now my group CEO is pushing me, ki, boss, let's do storage also in Nagpur. And I keep telling them that we are not a conglomerate. Let us remain an energy transition company, and how many things you want to do. And so there is opportunity across the board with Avada Group. These are some of the requirements and number. Many of you are in touch with my team. Please reach out to them. And next year when we do the workshop on 12 months forward tenders which we are going to award, please do join us. These are wind. And this is something which I added up in the morning. I tell this story to my sons and my team almost every year. And this is the story which actually my grandfather almost used to share with us when we were growing up. and he used to tell about the village in Bengal where he used to go where there was no zoo, and there was a farmer, and those times there was a jumbo circus. So the farmer's son, when he studied about animal, he was quite excited to see them. And the farmer didn't have enough saving to bring his son to Calcutta to show those animals in zoo. So when the circus, jumbo circus came in his village, the father got super excited and told his son that tomorrow we are going to see circus and I'll be able to show you the lion and Balu, everything, and I'm going to fulfill the promise. And both father and son are so excited that instead of reaching for the show at 12, they reach up at 10 o'clock. And when they reach at 10 o'clock, they have nothing to do. So they patao ring master and say कि यार जहाँ पे आपके सारे पशु और पंछी रखे उन वहाँ जाने दो. So ring master sees the young boy and a smile on his face and he allows them. So he sees lion and he's so happy, and he keeps going around the cage and keeps seeing the lion. Then he sees bhalu, he sees other animal. And then suddenly the kid sees a very big elephant. And he keeps enjoying seeing the elephant. He had not seen the elephant before. He had seen the picture, but with the vastness of elephant, he gets extremely delighted. And then he suddenly notices that such a large elephant tied with a very small rope. So he says, Father, is such a big animal, why is he tied up with such a small rope? So father says, son, you are smarter than me. I wish I had the answer, but let's go to the ringmaster and let's ask him, maybe he has the answer. So they go to the ringmaster and ask him, why is this such a big elephant tied with such a small chain? And the ringmaster tells that when Mahavat brought him, he was 2 days old. And that time this chain was big enough to tie him. And he attempted to break the chain and he couldn't break it. And that's why he's not making an effort to break it. So I would say that many of us are like this elephant where, and we are living in a country which has potential to become golden lion. And we are not unleashing the true potential of India. And we all have capability to actually manufacture locally, get the funding, and make a robust ecosystem locally. So let's not be like elephant, let's be like human and use our abundant potential and unleash that potential to not only create success story for ourselves, but for the whole country. So thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind address. May I please request Mr. Vikram Gangotra to do the closing remarks.
So, I think I am absolutely dazzled by the presentation and talk rather. So, first I was trying to do something I want to touch and this smile and see is for bigger. I mean, what a talk, Vineetji. Whether it is, we are talking about future, we are talking about, and you have shown to us, everybody in this hall, that it is not future that what we have to look at, it is the present that we have to be prepared for. The opportunity of our lifetime, for the lifetime of this industry, it will probably not come again in another 200 years. It is here today. And that is what I think all of us have to believe in, that it is not just in the air, it is not just euphoria. If all of us, in whatever industry we are in, whatever role we have to play, whether it is cable or whether it is structure or switchgear or anything, if we rise to this occasion, then the future, or rather the present is ours. Sir, कैसे गुरु मंत्र आपने हमें सुनाए? I think it is how to say that the business of sustainability is one thing, and the other thing is how have sustainable businesses, how to make your businesses so sustainable that the bankers come to you and say that please take our money. You have shown that anything is possible with green energy, green hydrogen, pumped storage, lithium-ion battery. Everything is a reality, and it is happening today, and we have to be part of that. So is there anybody in this room who does not believe in the story, the growth that our industry is there? At least I don't see anybody would be thinking in that manner after your speech, sir. Only thing what industry says is we are in regular touch with the government ministries, Ministry of Power and the other agencies. On behalf of the electrical industry, I can assure you, Vinitji, we are ready for meeting this challenge, and we'll rise to the occasion, build enough capacity. If we already have not, there are many companies who are building a lot of capacities. Transformer, for example, every transformer manufacturer is doubling their capacity. We are only thing, because as you also know that the industry has a longer lead time, so we should learn from what is happening in Europe. There, the requirements are conveyed and the manufacturing capacities are booked years in advance with frame contracts so that their targets are not missed and those countries are able to meet their energy transition targets. So if something like that can happen, then all of the larger equipment manufacturers, they can also commit to fully meeting the requirement. So I don't have many more things to say, but yes, sir, we are very, very motivated by what you have shown us. And we believe that, yes, it is an opportunity for real and not something just in the air. And we will be ready for meeting this requirement. Thank you so much. So can I just request for a group photograph?
For the next session, may I please welcome on stage Mr. Rohit Pathak, immediate past president, Mr. Prabir Jha, founder, CEO, People Advisory, Mr. Vipul Ray, MD, Elmex Controls Private Limited, and Mr. Siddharth Bhutoria, whole-time director, RTS Power Corporation Limited. So kindly be seated on the dais. I would also request Mr. Bhutoria to do the moderation of the session on how to scale up the organizations. Thank you so much, sir.
So, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, I think after that session from Mr. Mittal, I think the wind out of our session has already been taken out, because what better example of scaling up than what he's already spoken about. But
wind may be taken out, but the sun is still bright.
But I think we have the hard task of being after him, and lovely session also coming up after this with Chetan Bhagat. So I think really the context for this session and why we have sort of chosen this topic, and we have a wonderful panel here with us, two ex-presidents from IEEMA. Vipul Bhai, of course, comes from a very entrepreneurial background, a very unique company which is working across the world. It's scaled up beautifully. You have Mr. Rohit Pathak from a McKinsey background, then to running a medium scale company and now running a really large operation. Worked very closely with Mr. Birla in the whole strategy part of the business. And of course, we have Mr. Praveer Jha, who is now a consultant, but who's had a very long corporate career with Reliance and the Tata, some of the largest companies in the country, some of the largest pharma companies in the country, and how he's worked with those organizations. So I guess we'll try and draw up from the collective experience of this panel. So the idea, like we said, was of course that bulk of the IEEMA membership, sir, is MSME. And since we've had a lot of macro picture discussion since the morning, we thought we'll sort of try and come down to a little bit more of the basics and try and see what is there in it for the MSME manufacturer, MSME member, and how an MSME. First of all, to start off the topic, and I think let's just keep it informal and any one of you all can pick up from the questions. Why is it necessary to scale up at all? I mean, we all know the markets are booming, power sector, you just heard Mr. Mittal, it's doing better than it has ever done before. Government is really conducive. But, as an MSME entrepreneur, many of the times the question which comes to mind is that, I am very happy where I am. I'm doing certain amount of business. I've got X number of employees and I pick up the phone, I talk to somebody, everything's in my control. If I try to scale up and scale up big time, I will lose control. I will sort of need to depend on external guys, new managers I'll have to bring in. I'll complicate life myself. I mean, I'm living a very good life. I'm very happy with where I am. Why scale up at all? That's the sort of first question. And anyone in the Rohit, maybe you can kickstart.
So I'll keep it short. 3 quick points. I think one, maybe scale up is one connotation, but maybe the better word to use in today's context is evolve. I think we should definitely organizations have to evolve like organisms. If you can either grow or you decay. Right? Organizations follow the same rule, and the only difference is unlike organisms where nature defines a life that you have, organizations can evolve to have much longer lives depending on how they evolve. So one, I think you need to evolve for sure. Second, I think Vineet shared earlier, Vimal and Ashish shared. Look, India is going through a phenomenal time. 60s saw the green revolution with agriculture. 90s and early 2000s saw the IT revolution and the services revolution in hospitality and IT. I think now we have an opportunity for a manufacturing revolution which we can take advantage of. So I think if you let it go, you have missed, once in a lifetime or once in a century type opportunity. The third, as entrepreneurs, you're not just running a company. Your role may be the owner or chairman of your company. But I feel you are also responsible for the people who are working with you. And you owe it to them to give them the opportunity to be part of this growth that India will see. Otherwise, you have not done your responsibility well. So I think not just for the company, but I think for the people who are associated with you, create the opportunity. You have the opportunity to create the opportunity for all of them.
Vipul bhai.
Yeah, very well said, Rohit. Just taking it a little bit from an entrepreneurial point of view, my son just went off to university, and I think the organizations also go through that. The initial phase is a go-go where the entrepreneur is doing everything and everything is in control. And as it grows, and just I'm taking a parallel with the family, you have teenagers and you deal with it. So you have to kind of let go and make them independent. So I think that's the process that's important for doing it. So scaling up itself is a natural process, like what Rohit said. But it's more evolving and evolving your own role. So I think as an entrepreneur, if your own role changes in the organization from doing everything, being in control, kind of go do this, go do that, to making it more systematic and scalable, then that's the scalability we are talking about. So it's more evolving versus scalability, or both together.
Prabhiji, an opening remark from you. Oh, sorry, Rohit, you were saying something?
No, I think it's been very well stated. I just believe that, the first point that Rohit mentioned is the one which would essentially drive the need, because stagnation means decay. I mean, one thing that I, at least when I advise a lot of companies in my new life, I believe those who are comfortable with stability are definitely not going to be stable. Unless you innovate, unless you disrupt, you are not going to be ensuring stability for your corporation. And I loved what Rohit said, almost stole my words, the third point that he mentioned. I just want to remind, as an entrepreneur, you cannot be selfish only about yourself. It could be the family. It could be so many people who work for you. Your dreams, your inability to scale up also impacts dreams of people around you. And that, I think, morally is a very important, job for an entrepreneur to do. So completely agree with what I heard Vipul and Rohit say.
So I think the conclusion is like scaling up is almost like a moral duty that you have as an entrepreneur.
I think what Vipul said, look, what I see when I interact with many of our members and even outside the sector is the next generation wants something exciting. So unless you are evolving and showing that there is some excitement and you say, oh, aise hi hai, aise chalega, why will they be interested in carrying on with their business? Then you will come back and say, oh, yeah, my kids don't want to focus on this business. So you have to show them that it is exciting. When they see you come home, they say, oh, my parents are excited about what they're doing.
Correct.
Right? If you say, oh, this is fine, this is okay life, why will they get excited with it?
Correct. So that begs the question, if scale up, then how do you scale up? What is required for an entrepreneur in terms of mindset, resources, people? What is it? How do you scale up? If scale up, then how do you do that? Yeah, please go ahead.
It's very interesting. In fact, this morning driving into the conference here, I got a call from a similar MSME or an entrepreneur. And he's struggling now that when it was 40 people, it was fine, 100 people, I'm already struggling. So first question is, what is the speed and scale of the scale-up? Right? If you want to do it incrementally, it's different. But the presentation I just heard, if you're going to do it at truly at scale and in quick time, then it calls for a very different approach. So first is to get clarity, which is flowing from your first question. I think the most important thing is the mindset, and Vipul already alluded to that. As I advise a lot of entrepreneurs in my current avatar, I think the unwillingness to let go is the biggest issue. One is you don't dream big enough. That's a crime, right? The second is unwillingness to let go. मेरे समय ऐसे ही मैंने किया था. So whether it is the family, and incidentally, it's not an MSME problem. I see it with even large, mature, well-known companies in my own experience as an advisor to them. The intergeneration conflict, the appeal of the job, the way you do it. So I think that's the second part. Third is, what does scale-up really mean? Headcount or talent count? What is good enough to run 100 strong or a 100 crore company is not good enough when you aspire to build a 1,000 crore or 10,000 crore company. So the definition of talent becomes very, very critical. Will you fish in the same pond or will you explore other ponds? Is it a cost issue or is it an investment mindset? Right? You can look at it as a cost issue. So you'll always be playing incrementalism, which I think in the earlier session I heard, and I agree that incrementalism is again a recipe for disaster. The third thing that you should be thinking about is you cannot play Ranji Trophy the same way you played district level and the same way you'll play international cricket. You've got to reinvent yourself. No good guy will want to work with you to be told by the Lalaji that humne aise hi kiya 40 saal. And when people leave you, you'll say, oh, they went for money. No one leaves for money. You have to vacate space. You have to kind of step back. And I find this as one of the biggest struggles with a lot of promoters in my advisory or coaching role that I do. And the last that I will leave is, this entire thing about cultural renovation of a startup to whatever next stage and so on and so forth. You need to be making sure you stop saying that ये हमारा culture में नहीं है. Culture has to be a moving definition. Like talent has to be a moving definition. And you cannot hold, culture to a prism of 30 years in the past. It is anachronistic in most cases, it is dead. And your coterie or your so-called loyalists, मेरे साथ 30 साल उन्होंने काम किया, 20 साल काम किया. It's a big nightmare that I see in almost every client company I work with. Because they whisper in their ears and their insecurity, holds companies from the possible future that Rohit and Vipul were talking about. It's a huge problem. Because, it's like the barber. He whispers in your ears, oh, you know what, this is struggling. And when you're changing your orbit, yes, there will be hiccups. And most promoters just, 1 month of a setback or 1 quarter of a setback and they get back to behaving the way they always did. And so I think some of this is about the context of scale. And I definitely think they need people who are, good conscience keepers apart from so-called loyal coterie, because that is not working in most organizations.
सब काम वही कर लेंगे तो फिर मैं क्या करूँगा?
One of the things is the biggest trap most entrepreneurs fall into is when they built a company, especially the first generation, you built it up from scratch. So you knew every nut and bolt of how the business was done, right? And that's how you built it up. So you obviously have knowledge. But at some point you have to say, okay, I cannot do everything, right? And you let go. So I think the 3 elements of the eagerness to direct your team all the time, eagerness to control everything, and centralize, especially financial decisions and anything which you thought was important has to come to you, right? Now, if you do these 3, like Prabir said, why will anyone want to work with you, right? Because you have, actually from organization, everything is upward delegated versus in a time when you do. So the 3 things, instead what you should be able to now do if you want to change is 1, diversify the people you engage with and the inputs you get, right? Otherwise you will get, and by the way, this coterie is not just for a small company. Even big companies, I think Prabir has been in many, get stuck in those coteries, right? Influencing huge amount of thought. So first is diversity. Second is, you have to enable your teams to take the decisions. You tell them what you expect, but then let them take a decision and they will go wrong. It's okay. You give them that room. And third is, I think you have to realize that as an entrepreneur, your main objective or role is to now inspire people, right? You have to create that inspiration, and through that inspiration, you will create energy in the system. If you are sucking out all the energy from the team, team will have nothing to do. But if you are giving them the energy, right, then I think you will find a very different outcomes that you can create.
Same things, but I'll just put it from my personal experience or hardcore manufacturing. So in the morning, a lot of it was talked about quality, and so it's about, quality is also a journey, right? So as we scale up, you go from percentages to parts per million, and then you defects per million, and 4 sigma, 5 sigma, 6 sigma. So I think that's the journey that we all have to take in all our processes. So, and we should be conscious that we have to, as we scale up, it's just statistics. So your defects have to go down, otherwise you're never going to be maintained. On the people aspect, I think just things that I have been learned or what we try to do in our organization, trust and mutual respect. Right? So if there is a culture of trust and respect, I think you can scale up with people, because people are going to be different. There are a lot of discussion in the morning that, but you think that I am unique, then so is the other person, right? So in that sense, everybody is unique. So if there is a trust and respect within, I think that helps the scalability. And the third part, as a role, what Rohit said in terms of infusing energy, I look at the same thing slightly differently. As humans, the only different thing in our limbs is the opposing thumb, right? I mean, this is different compared to all the other primates. And this is the one that can only touch all the fingers, right? So you have to be an integrator. So if you can integrate, and then you scale up. That's my take on this.
Yeah, that's very nicely put. So one of the advantages of being a moderator to a panel like this is you just need to become invisible and let the panel do their job. So anyway, so again, once again, coming from a MSME mindset and MSME point of view, a lot of times, when we discuss both within EMA and within the friend circle, when people are looking at scaling up or looking at diversifying, one of the doubts on their mind, comes whether I should look at different products, whether I should look at different geographies. What is the right mantra for an entrepreneur, particularly, let's say, an MSME entrepreneur in the electrical industry, where there's only that much mind space that an entrepreneur has. Now, where should he invest his mind space? Whether he should look at geographical diversification and global scale up, or whether he should look at different product scale ups and remain within the country. So that is a dilemma which a lot of us face.
So I'll let them answer first, but since you, just one comment I wanted to make on your question itself is, I think first the entrepreneur has to free up space in their mind. Okay, if your mind is 110% occupied on what you have always done, you'll never have time. Right? So when I talk to even our teams in general, my first ask of my team is, please, every year you have to figure out and leave 20% of what you were doing last year and create that time to do something new. Same, I think an entrepreneur has to do. If your mind is not free, you cannot do anything more. But, I'll let Vipul or Prabir answer the tougher part of the question.
I can give a non-industry, but a very generic leadership lesson, and Vipul can, of course, talk about the industry. And building on what you just said, Rohit, I think either option is a good option. But the important thing is, you must first realize where does your current competence lie, and where would you like to build future capacity. If you want to be a deep single product, but what in career counseling I talk about is as a left ventricle heart surgeon. But I'll be the best left ventricle heart surgeon. I'll not be distracted by the right ventricle. I mean, that is a very conscious strategic choice. Applies to products, portfolio, markets, geography, whatever else. Or you can say, so I'll take one product, but I'll go global, or I'll go deep in that product line.
Exactly.
Or the other thing is, I'm going to build a basket of products, but I will continue to play in a market which is more focused. And the classical rule is clear, that unless you dominate either by product or your home market, there is no question of either building more products or building a wider geography. The important thing, therefore, which at least I believe is, नीति के पहले नियत की clarity होनी चाहिए. You must be very clear about where you want to play. If you don't have that, we are busy trying to do activities. And an article I wrote also was this busyness. And for entrepreneurs, and Rohit said it beautifully, it's a line I tell a lot of my coaches, vacate 20% of your time. I think you said the same thing. Unless you vacate 20% of your time, delegate, don't run meetings, don't attend meetings, don't waste your time. I always say, when I next time meet you, I want you to show how you vacated 20% of your time. This is to answer the question, Siddharth, that you raised. Should it be more products? What products? Which markets? Should it be US alone or should it be Africa? I don't know, but that's for people to advise.
No, I think the strategy is clear, right? Either you go deep in the product or go towards customer intimacy, so provide more products to those customers. And I think it applies to small and big companies. Just in terms of, if you were to think of scaling up globally, then I think partnerships matter, especially for MSMEs. So I think that's one thing that we have to learn to manage. Sometimes, again, as entrepreneurs, we don't manage partnerships well. And as we go global, we have to be able to do that. Different cultures, different geographies, and that can help the scalability internationally. So I think that's a little different aspect to it. And there was also in the morning a talk about dealing with China. So when we go abroad, definitely the first competition, especially in manufacturing components, things like that, is Chinese. Okay. Our experience has been that wherever we can do some value-add engineering, then those markets or those products make sense to us. So if we are able to bring a little bit of engineering, customization to that product line for that geography, it works better against China. That's the strategy.
From a sort of just simplifying framework perspective, normally when you think of evolution, I would say three things, right? You can do either of them or combination. One is scale, clearly, right? You can just build scale and go global, go large. The second is diversification. And diversification needn't be just new products. Could be you move into solutions, you may move into service, right? But diversify from whatever you were making earlier to something a little bigger. The third is you go deep and into perfection or precision in that area. So where you focus on quality, you really build something which is so unique, like the Swiss watches. It'll always remain in fashion, right? That brand stays until they evolve to the next level. So I think either of the three or a mix you can take.
Praveerji, I'll just take you up on the whole people question. So when you do scale up, how do you build that organizational culture, number one? And you said that sometimes the entrepreneur himself can be a big impediment in an organization scaling up. So how do you develop that growth culture in your company, that everybody strives towards scaling up, everybody drives towards growing the company? How is that culture created, and what are the people issues that come up when you scale up?
So this can almost be a full presentation session. I will not do that. But very clearly, see, the challenge is really we try often to solve a pediatric problem with a geriatric solution. That's one of the biggest pitfalls that I find with companies. A new age problem will need a different way of looking and treating. But having said that, the question of scale up will be you will need possibly different quality of leadership and possibly different quality of talent beyond pairs of hands. Often, scale up is assumed to be, I want to grow from X number of people to Y number of people.
That's right.
I don't think it's necessarily as mathematical exact, unless you're literally looking at a pair of hands business, right? It's a quality of talent. Now, that itself is very different because I will be honest, not everyone is a great judge of talent. What really is the talent we're looking for? And this happens even in large, mature companies. I ask people, visualize the next 5 years. What kind of talent would you be wanting 5 years from now? And heads of operations, big senior people, they are not able to answer. So visualize. It's all about debating, soundboarding, checking, because this is a very strategic choice you make. If you decide, therefore, to fish in that pond because that's the talent that will work for you, then what's the culture you will need? I think Rohit mentioned in his opening remarks that, if you're wanting to play a very different game and therefore attract a different breed of talent, your culture will have to be naturally nurtured a little differently than what it may have come to this point, which means hard aspects of culture, soft aspects of culture. For example, decision rights, delegation, command control, letting go, or respect for people, respect for individual. How do you celebrate collaboration? How do you go beyond rewarding only for business or financial performance to celebrating the softer aspects? How will you assimilate or culture new talent coming into your organization? The struggle of old versus new, very typical problem. I've been here 10 years, you are a new kid. The new kid has come from a different context. People hire for culture fit. I always tell them it's your mistake. Hire for culture plus because it will also keep your genetic, the gene pool much active. So, a lot of focus on making sure that you kind of not only bite large, but you also digest right. Because exits in your early stages, has a very big reputation killing implication. And when you are small and wanting to big, if you've not built your reputation right, you will struggle or you will burn your, your accounts to be able to pay more because people will ask for an insurance premium when they get hired. So there are multiple moving parts, but again, my issue is be clear what really is the aspiration you're wanting to nurse. And once you're clear about it, be willing to flex. You cannot and must not be that just because I am the guy who started the business, everything is going to run only the way I always ran it. Then you're not going to be able to scale it.
Rohit, see, I think one important element is you have to realize what is your role, right? If you are the entrepreneur, then be an entrepreneur. Okay, don't try and become a manager or a controller or an auditor, right? Because you can hire someone else who can do those roles. So your role is to be the entrepreneur. And what does an entrepreneur actually bring to the table? The entrepreneur brings that gut feel, right? on saying this opportunity smells right, let's go for it. And that is what you should be spending your time on. How will you build your gut feeling to spot new opportunities? So first you need to have time. Second, you need to be interacting with a lot of people and seeing what is out there. You will not get the idea of sitting inside your company, sitting inside the company, you may know how to make the product slightly better or this thing, but a new idea will come if you are spending time with people. Whether it's a forum like this or whether it's a completely different forum, inspiration can come from many other areas. So I think second, you have to then create all these points. Third, I think you have to figure out how will you then build your ability to take decisions which are counterintuitive. Entrepreneur is not someone who's doing something which everyone else is doing, right? Entrepreneur is someone who's able to say, I can do this, but something differently, right? There's a different opportunity. That is what you have to be able to train your mind onto. So I think the temptation at some point to become a manager from an entrepreneur is actually you're going reverse in your evolution in the company, right? So that if you can do, I think rest all will follow.
I think since we're doing well on time, let's just open it up for questions and answers from the audience, and then I think
answers also from the audience we can answer.
No, we have such a lovely audience. I think a lot of the questions and answers can come from the audience itself. But anyhow, we'll open it up now to the audience. So I think we have good 10 minutes to, and then I can see Mr. Bhagat's already here.
So while we get a question, I'll just, folks, please raise your hands for the question. Till then, I'll just tell one small anecdote which has, always been on my mind on this question of entrepreneur. So, my father was in the army, and I had gone to meet one of his friends. He was a general corps commander, and we were staying with him for a couple of days. And, I was home at lunch, and I saw uncle come in. By around 12:31 he was home. So I asked him, Uncle, आप तो बड़ी जल्दी आ गए. Normally आजकल आर्मी में भी लोग 2-2, 3-3 बजे तक पढ़ते हैं, काम करते हैं, फिर आते हैं खाने के लिए. So he says, Rohit, look, I am the corps commander. My job is to take the decisions. So I am the last to get to office, and I am the first to come out. And my job is to keep my mind clear. For all the other work, I have my chief of staff who will do the work. But I have to keep my mind alert for taking decisions. And I think that is a very important, that as an anecdote has never left my mind because it's very simple, but very few people do it.
ये अच्छा हुआ रोहित आपने ये बात पहले नहीं बताई. And my father heard this before. Said रोहित के पास जाना नहीं है, सब उल्टी तुमको चीजें सिखा देगा. सबसे पहले घुसो और सबसे लास्ट में आना.
That this is why we say we have to stop celebrating some things which got us to whatever level. Yeah. I hear this story so often. I know every nut and bolt and every machine. Yeah. I mean, honestly, is that a badge of honor for you? Now you run 100 crore business. I don't want to hear that. That's not your job. So these stories that what the folklore that companies create will also need to change if you want to start moving up the orbit or change your orbits. So let's
आवाज सुन के बता दूंगा कि मशीन में क्या प्रॉब्लम है. Yeah, so any questions from the audience?
Do you disagree, or you have any rotten eggs, tomatoes? This is the moment. You won't have a better.
Yeah, it's actually quite a counterintuitive session we've had. Because some of the things which you said is all the things which you were told not to do, and you're saying not to do anymore. Yeah.
Mic.
I think if we can send the mic over there. So the whole session's been a little counterintuitive in that sense.
Good morning all. I think the points which you have raised are very valid, and these are the things which normally first generation entrepreneurs go through it, and it is extremely essential that unless they come out of that mindset, succession planning becomes a very big challenge. Yeah. So although these things look very simple.
Can you just introduce yourself?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
I'm Kishore Prabhu from Fine Finish Industries.
And I'm guessing you're an entrepreneur yourself?
Second
generation entrepreneur. Yeah.
So certain things are uncomfortable, but when it comes to professional world, we need to really go beyond our traditional folklore. So I was just noting down these finer things in a very systematic manner, and I felt each and every sentence was perfectly valid. It looks very simple, but unless
have you also been brought up on those folklores
from
the first generation?
Yes. So with all due respect, the first generation, unless we come out of that mindset, we generally cannot plan any succession. So I think I am really happy to hear words coming from such enriched panel.
I hope you joined Young at IEEMA then, huh? And
no, but one of the things that you just shared, I see this with even very large companies. When I advise them, this next gen and the running gen, so to speak, right? The conflicts are very strong. I mean, I can think of very, very well-known companies and people. I mean, the father would tell me something and the son or the daughter would tell me different. And the communication actually is very sensitive, is very delicate. The second, since you use the word succession plan, it's not just for the promoter. I mean, that's obvious, right? Yes. And in a context where the promoter, the running promoter, is unwilling to cede space. I was coaching a chairman of a listed company in India in the chemical space. And he has two sons in business. It's a very interesting anecdote. And I was speaking with the sons, and I also obviously was coaching the chairman. And the sons basically told me that, I know our dad loves us a lot, but can he allow us to fail? Then let him lift us up, but let him allow. So it's like, when you're a toddler, don't let the child fall. Let the child fall. So one is succession from that point. Second is, if you're not visualizing where you will be 5 years from now, the most common pitfall in succession plan, even in large companies, is you start planning for succession given the same role, even the CEO's role or the CFO's role or whatever role, will not be the same 5 years out, either for the reasons you asked, geographical complexity, product complexity, scale and size of business, and so on and so forth. So I think this conversation of succession, and unfortunately, when we are in companies, we all believe we are immortal. It's a human instinct. We all believe till something happens. People may leave, people may not be around. So I think, I talk a lot about enterprise risk, and a lot of enterprise risk is from financial risk, operational risk, sometimes from an R&D or product risk. There's very little understanding or sensitivity of people risk in companies. And when you're a smaller company in an MSME, you are the biggest risk, right? So I think this word that you brought out, thank you for that, but it is a very important point. It's not as easy, as trivial. मैं तो हूँ अभी 20 साल और फिर गद्दी सौंपूंगा, like मिर्ज़ापुर, पिताजी आप तो केवल भरवली announce करते हैं, I mean, you don't give us the opportunity to get in.
I think,
please.
Yeah, I just wanted to take this opportunity that what Siddharth just said. In fact, Prabir also said that it's not only organizations, small, big, but also as EMA, we recognize this. And over last couple of years, we have Young at EMA. And I strongly urge you to join. I think a lot of these conversations happen there. It's a fantastic group. There were challenges on both sides. The first generation kind of saying the second generation is not interested, and the second saying we don't have liberty. And also lack of interest in this industry. And it has really done well. So I really encourage, and it's good to see you here. Thanks.
And just two suggestions. I think one, as an entrepreneur, start thinking of how will you build your patience to handle a diversity of opinions in your boardroom or in a discussion room. Many of us, this is not just entrepreneurs, even leaders, or corporate leaders, you start evaluating someone who thinks like you, right? And that's the end of your ability to actually grow and evolve, because you're not giving credence to any new thought. So I think one is, how will you encourage in yourself the ability to handle diversity? So people talk of diversity of hiring, but the more important part is your boardroom allowing that diversity of opinions to be tabled and discussed. You can still take the call, but at least let's have a discussion on it. Second, I think maybe, given how our society is, one of the things which I think was a great tradition in some of the families I have seen is, let your next generation go out and venture and do something different. Okay? and prepare your second generation to take over from you. Right? The conflicts between, two consecutive generations are typically higher because kids see you operating a certain way and say, brain picks up all the bad things at times.
Yeah.
Right? So they say, I don't want this in my life. They work so hard, I don't want to work so hard, I want to do something else. Yeah. So you create unnecessary conflicts. So, if you have, and time it doesn't work with us, but I think this giving the business 2 levels or sort of one generation, skipping a generation, is a good practice to think of, and then maybe you can create a lot more new ideas and you'll evolve as an organization because your children may get very different ideas into the business.
Fair enough.
Just one last
sure.
Another thing what I appreciate is that
you'll have to be louder.
Another thing what I appreciate is that the decision thing what you told, it's the hesitancy is always there whether there can be someone else who is competent to take the decision, because I think partly this happens because the first generation, with all due respect again, is undoubtedly technically very sound, and it takes a lot of time for a second generation to come even remotely near to that. But thing is, unless the decision is unless the decision making is subcontracted to certain level, it becomes extremely difficult to be at par with the global the companies. So that's the thing. One thing I feel has always held back some of the small scale organizations. This is just my view.
This is just the kind of conversation we were hoping to evoke. And I'm glad that this sort of a conversation has taken place.
I'll make a comment.
Yeah, please.
You're raising all the right issues. But I have a little twist to that. So one comment is, we should be very proud of our past, but we should never become prisoners of our legacy. And the reason why decision making, both the quantum and the quality, is kind of held back. But I am not sure I necessarily, by default, agree with the comment that you mentioned, because, I hear it in a lot of companies, right? Oh, they know it, more, there is wisdom in past experience. There's no doubt about it. I'm not taking that away. And if you were to actually knock about a machine which you knew for 30 years, obviously there'll be better wisdom. So I do respect that. But I don't necessarily think that, a new age view to a running problem is wrong. You see, part of the problem why some companies continue to be in that cesspool of chaos or stagnation is because you're not changing the lens of your analysis. And I think the next generation, and that's part of the conflict, the next generation looks at it very differently. It's the same problem, but the solution lens is different. And I think that the more companies allow for experimentation, I think maybe the solution is going to be possibly much better than what it has always been done. And this is why I said pediatric problem, and geriatric problem, pediatric problem and the geriatric solution. It sounds very simple, but if MSMEs or promoters do not even think one blemish, one failure, one mistake is tolerable, then you will always be where you are and worse. But you allow people to make mistakes. Rohit made that point that, and I've seen this with very large companies, some of the biggest companies in India. I mean, the chairman wants to take every decision, and you would say, send my guys to Harvard and Wharton Prabir, and they'll come back as great leaders. I started laughing, and he said, why are you laughing? And I said, if it was so simple, you wouldn't have needed me. The problem is not about a training program. The problem is allowing people to take decisions. That is what builds depth. That is what prepares the organization to be a company which can take bigger bites in the future.
And maybe just one follow-up to, since you said Harvard and this, I went to IEEMA Ahmedabad, then to McKinsey, and you were trained to make a simple thing very complex with all the analysis. Right? And one of the things which I've tried to unlearn is how can you simplify stuff, right? Otherwise, you can keep creating complexity. There's enough analysis you can do. So I think that's some unlearning.
So yes, Meera ma'am. One last question and then.
Yeah, it's more of a comment. I'm a second generation entrepreneur, and the third generation is coming up as well. And there are other younger people here. So what I would like to tell them, especially from family business, please push back against your parents or the promoters. You're not wrong. They're not going to love you less because you push back against them. Show the earlier generation what you are capable of doing. Show them your vision for the company. Show them your vision for creating new value in this company and other companies that you might want to start. Because believe me, I think each generation is waiting for the next generation to do better and better. We are not waiting, we are not thinking we are going to be overshadowed by the next generation. We are wanting them to do much, much better than we are. So I think younger people should step up and show the world what they're capable of. And if the parents don't like it, well, too bad. It's your life, live it.
Ma'am, I totally resonate with that. I'm a fourth generation entrepreneur. So I have a 4-time pushback that came. But I think what you're saying is right. And deep at some level, the generation before wants you to succeed. I think it's only what Praveer said, that idea of letting go sometimes just overcomes the idea of seeing the next generation succeed even more. So I think with that, let's wrap up this session, Vipul bhai, with your permission. And Charu ma'am, 5 minutes before time. So we made up time just as promised. Thank you so much everyone for this lovely and engaging conversation. I think it was very, very thought-provoking. One group photograph.
Thank you. Don't go away. Our next speaker, much awaited, is already here. While we set up the stage, I'm going to ask Hamza and Chetan to make their way.
I would like to invite on stage President ELECRAMA, Mr. Hamza Arsiwala, and Mr. Chetan Bhagat. I would also request President to introduce Mr. Chetan Bhagat.
So good afternoon. I think we've been having some tremendously engaging sessions all morning. And now to one of the most awaited sessions of the day. I don't think Chetan needs any introduction. His books, blogs, and flirtation with Bollywood has endeared him to all. But it's my absolute privilege and absolute pleasure to introduce him, and I shall endeavor to do so. Though what do I say for a man who speaks words of wisdom, to a man who yields magic with his pen? Chetan, as we all know, has written 14 blockbuster books, 10 novels, and 4 non-fiction. Now he blogs, is a columnist, shapes opinions. Basically, when he talks, the world stops and listens to him attentively. His success with Bollywood is well known. Not only in his books are bestsellers, but our movies were absolutely amazing. 3 Idiots was absolutely magnificent, and 2 States, Kai Po Che, fabulously expressed strong learnings to take away from. No wonder that the New York Times has called him the biggest selling English language novelist in India's history, and the Time magazine has named him amongst the 100 most influential people in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome one and only, the dignified, emphatic, and empathetic Chetan Bhagat.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Hi everyone. How many of you are engineers? What a stupid question. I'm also. How many? Anybody who's not an engineer? Okay, well, I mean, okay. Good luck with this session. Wow, you're elect, and there's so many non-engineers are attending this this conference of, how do you move this back? How do you move this back? तो आगे चला गया ना ये? आगे जा रहे हैं सारे बटन. Everybody just goes back. Okay. I think. That's what happened when you put an engineer on stage. Okay. So a lot of sessions going on. I turned 50 this year, and I realized it's really old. Because now I was listening to this session and they were saying the next generation pushes back and the old generation pushes back. I was identifying with the old generation. I was like, हाँ बच्चे तो ऐसे करते ही हैं. And there was a time I would be the young generation guy. Yeah, we will fight them. So yeah, I turned 50. Anybody above 50 here? अरे यार तो क्या हो गया नहीं क्या? Nobody. अच्छा ये देखो फ्रंट रो वाले तो सारे हैं. Mentally नहीं, mentally तो अभी भी we are all teenagers. But okay, so it's quite an age, and it's an age where not only me, a lot of my friends turned 50. I've attended 6 50th birthday parties this year. 2 more to go, and it's a big time of self-reflection after the hangover is over. That what is really going on, man? Life really went by quickly, and so then now that you've called me, I do a very different kind of talks than if you had called me, say 15 years back. I would have just come, told you how great I am, and I'm just done this, I did that, and you guys clap and bas ho gaya khatam. Very good, we got inspired. But it's all BS. It's all BS. All that is just BS. And that you realize, you realize what life is by the time you realize that life almost is over only, unfortunately. So now I don't do this for that. I don't do this as part of my brand. I don't even do that many. I look carefully, and there are engineers I get attracted because you are like my friends, my batchmates. Some of you are 50 plus, but some of you are in 30s, 40s. I know you look in 20s, but if I check your Aadhaar card, it will say that. So, so in a way, you remind me a lot of my friends. How many electrical engineers here? Okay, so majority is electrical. Okay, good. Okay, so so I did mechanical and didn't really practice it, if there is something like that. But I know boilers, power plants. I know. Anybody from ABB here? Went training ages ago. So, and I do this less, but I do this with a very specific purpose, to help you guys. It's not so much my story. Hamza had already gone through my introduction, all that. I may go through it for 3-4 minutes, just for those who don't know. Hindi sabko aata hai? Aati hai, mere ko hi nahi aati. Anybody from my in-laws side? No, I mean, it's okay. They don't know. And they don't have to. है कोई? कोई तो होगा साउथ इंडिया से, कोई नहीं आया? आए होते हैं, हमेशा फ्रंट रो में बैठे होते हैं, वो नोट्स भी ले रहे होते हैं. Yeah, Tamil Brahmin. Yeah, I know. Every conference in the world, first row में एक Tamil Brahmin जरूर होगा. It's a rule. So, dude, they are very, very rare species, huh? No, really, I know. I'm mad. Do you know India? 3% of India is Tamil. Okay. Now 3% of that 3% is Tamil Brahmin. Look how pure it is, right? Like her parents were worried so much कि जब पंजाबी से शादी करनी है, she wasn't even sure कि बच्चे जो पैदा होंगे इंसान निकलेंगे या गधे घोड़े निकलेंगे, क्या निकलेगा? Is that pure? And they're all achievers. They're all Raghuram Rajan, Indran. They're all like just like. I think they think 90% is fail in school. If below 90 is fail. Above 90, how much? You just tell that. And if you say I got 98, then where did you lose the 2%? It's that kind of game going on. But Hindi aati hai to achhi baat hai, because I'll be using a little bit of that. Hello? Yeah. I do less of these. But when I do these, I was also in corporates. Okay, let's face it. I used to wear suits every day, abhi bada kabhi pehante hain. And I've attended these motivation sessions. And I was always in the back row. Because I used to think this is scam industry. आप हंस रहे हो सर, क्योंकि आप भी यही सोचते हो, मुझे पता है, ठीक है, मैं था आपकी जगह, कह तो रहा हूँ. I said, this is, what is this fraud going on? This is just a Baba in a suit. Okay, आएगा, ज्ञान देगा, निकल जाएगा. नहीं होंगे मोटिवेट, करके दिखाओ. You know, that kind of attitude. I come from that attitude, and now I am the speaker. I am the motivation speaker. So I have now done more than 700, and I've done more than 1,000 YouTube videos, which my YouTube channel is exclusively motivation. And I know that it does sometimes, it can work. And under specific circumstances, this can really work. Today, what I talk to you can change your life. And I will try my best, and I will need some support from you on that. Because I know this, because now I have literally like lakhs and lakhs of comments on YouTube to see feedback from so many talks. And many people meet me after years and say, you changed my life. And I was like, how is that possible? How can one talk change your life? It's just not possible. But it is. It is possible because our brain has certain narratives. Our brains have certain neuron arrangements, scientifically speaking, which make us do certain things a certain way. And if someone sets the path for changing that narratives, then the change starts happening in your brain first. You start thinking different, and then the actions change, and slowly you change. It's not easy. It's not like I will be able to change, but I can start that journey. So the way this works, the way today will work is, I will tell you what it will take to truly transform you. You will have to take some action based on my talk today in your life. Then it will work. Otherwise, I'll just be a piece of content. I अच्छा बोले थे, very good, अच्छा बोल के गए. I am just an entertainment then. फिर तो एनिमल पिक्चर ही देख लेते. अच्छी है, गाने तो बहुत अच्छे लगते मुझे. I mean, you know, but that's not the point. That's not why I flew down to this. I want to make sure I have some impact on your life. Then it's fun for me to do this at 50, otherwise not. So I need a commitment from you. I don't have time to get contract signed, so we'll just do it simple. I will say, will you take action? And you have to say yes. And then I proceed. Okay, that's the contract, that's the docu-sign we are signing now. Parliament style, okay. Will you take action? Yes. Sir, ये ना ऐसे लग रहा है कि chemical engineers की conference हो रही है. This is electric. Your name is electric. Where is the power? Will you take action? Yes. ये थोड़ा civil engineering तक पहुँचे. Okay. Let's go full electric. Okay, guys. Will you take action? Yes. See, now this is motivation. This is where the difference begins. So good. So we'll go. I have written a book also recently, and I have gone through my life. I've made a lot of mistakes, and each mistake I compiled them in various buckets, and from those mistakes came certain rules. 11 rules for life. These are the rules I've made based on what I have seen in my own life, and also from a lot of people I have interacted through my journey in different fields: banking, engineering, films, media. For my YouTube channel, I have a podcast where I interview a lot of startup founders, unicorn, billionaires. So from there also, all these places I've picked out many lessons and condensed them into 11 rules. All are actionable, because you said you will take action. None of the rule is conceptual, high level, you know, have a growth mindset. Like, what does that mean, right? It will be super practical rules, so you can implement them. All the rules I've tested on myself. I'm not perfect on them, but I try my best to follow them as much as I can. Okay, so that's what I'll do. Like I said, I interviewed billionaires, and I saw movie stars during movies. And you know what's the funny thing? Many of those billionaires were unhappy. Believe it or not, it's not one. I've met many unhappy billionaires. Like and you feel like slapping them, because how can you have so much money and be unhappy? You're not allowed. यार ये नहीं बनता, लोग पागल हो रहे हैं पैसे के पीछे. You have like buckets, you have like a ocean of money, and you're unhappy. Movie stars I've seen unhappy. That's why they need cocaine. You know why? They need a high. If life was good, why would you need that? That's why you hear. I'm not talking specific names. This is not a gossip session. Many successful people are unhappy. I'm talking my own example. Like I said, 15 years back, 10, 15 years back, I was at the peak of my fame. Peak. You know, I had like movies running in theaters and bestsellers and it's just all kinds of deals happening. I wasn't happy. I'm much, much happier now. So I figured something is wrong in the way we look at life. That you need all this and then you will be happy. And it doesn't work that way. And I'm like, what's the point of being intelligent if you can't use your intelligence to be happy? So I said, I need to understand this better. So I went back. I come from a middle class background. Anybody coming from a middle class background? अरे यार, you said 4th generation entrepreneurs, अभी क्या हो गया? सारे गरीब हो गए अभी यहाँ. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. So I'm also from middle class background. I used to think the aim of life is to make a lot of money, become rich and then chill. I used to think जो अमीर लोग होते हैं वो सारा दिन रेशम की चादरों पे लोटते हैं और खाते हैं. I will lie down on silk sheets and eat grapes all day after I make a lot of money and then I'll be happy in life. I thought यही होता है. But that's not it. You know, like silk is not very comfortable. I've tried lying. Yeah, cotton is much better. And how many grapes can you eat? एक पाव खा लोगे? आधा किलो रेड वाले, ब्लैक वाले, ग्रीन वाले, बस कर यार अभी. हो गए अंगूर अभी. It's the worst life. If you want to curse somebody, tell them you have to do nothing in life, chill and relax. It's the worst, right? It's like saying, go to Bali now and it's your vacation and for the rest of your life, live there. You'll go 5 days, you'll enjoy foot massage, okay. Body massage, okay. Then ab kya ho raha hai yaar? One more foot massage. You know, it's just not, that's also not life. So I'm like, what is it? How do you get it? How do you be fulfilled? How do you be happy? And that's what I'm going to be talking about. What makes a good, happy, satisfied, successful life, right? Like I said, I'm going to rush through my intro part because I want to spend time on you guys. So these are my books. You've read, seen some of them. Movies, you've seen many of them. I've done a lot of things in life. I also wanted to write on national issues. I write columns in TOIU. Many of you have seen it. The front row people read the columns, back row people read the books. It's fine. The back sees the movies. Okay, fine. I also write in Hindi papers. When you do all this, you get invited to horror shows. You know, do not watch this alone. It's really scary. You know, I don't do them much now. It's very bad for your mental health, physical health. But fine. I've done crazy things. I have a world record. Really. I am the only English language author in the world, past, present and future, who has judged a Hindi dance reality show. I've done it. I wrote to Guinness Book and they said, well, we don't have this record category. They don't even have that category. Like they don't even, there is no other contestant. But I have done it. That is our country, you know. Sponsored by Havells, someone from your industry, as you can see. So clearly they signed off on it. You know, someone from Havells wrote my check for this. I learned a lot on this show. You know, I learned the power of makeup. I look like my own son. But I tell you something, the power of makeup is not just on me. Abhi main kuch nahi keh raha. I'll just keep going along. I do talks, I do social media, I do all kinds of stupid things, right? I've done stand-up comedy. You can see it on Amazon Prime. I have a YouTube channel, which is on motivation, as you can see, something like this. I interview a lot of entrepreneurs in that. This is Vinita of Sugar Cosmetics. You may have seen her in Shark Tank. Like I said, different perspectives I get. I've acted in a Netflix series called Decoupled. I don't know if you've seen it. And then I basically do all these things, books, films, all that. So that's why I think I have a unique perspective on how I see life because I've interacted with people from various industries. So let's get into 11 rules for life. You do not have to take notes. Okay, ma'am? I know. Take the Tamil first Anna class mein types, you know. You don't need to take, I just keep this away. Sorry, it keeps ringing. And I will show all the 11 rules at the end. So you can take a picture then if you want. But right now I just wanted to absorb it, just try to understand it, okay? So let's go. First rule. Like I said, it's all come from my mistake. First rule is never ignore your fitness. So when I was young, I used to feel fitness is optional. Some people are fit, some people are good in studies. That's just the way it is, you know. In my class, he's in the basketball team, he's the captain, I came first in physics, same thing. Same thing. I got into IIT, he, you know, won the cricket trophy, same thing. It's okay. And it was wrong, because this is not a choice. You want to live a good life, you need this. Without this, you cannot have a good life. And you cannot even perform properly. As an electrical engineer, or as an entrepreneur, or as an author, movie star, whatever. A fit author is better than an unfit author. A fit lawyer is better than an unfit lawyer. This is not just for models, athletes, actors. No. Okay? This is not just to look good, although it does help you look good, for sure. But more than anything, since all of us are now dhalti jawani people, let's face it, some of you are young, yes, but I'm saying you will also get old, the young people here, by the way. We need this as protection. Do you know the biggest causes of death in the world? Ishq ke alawa. Huh? Do you know? Take a guess. Heart, cardiac disease, correct? Then you have things like diabetes, hypertension. These are some of the biggest causes of death in this world. Stroke. Crores of people in India have hypertension. Crores of people have diabetes. Crores, not lakhs, crores. I do conferences, right? I went to a pharma conference of the diabetes group. Their celebration. They were celebrating that they have grown 20% last year. And I'm supposed to be part of that celebration. Yet diabetes is up. They were like, wait a minute, isn't that a bad thing? They're like, not for us. We are selling more drugs and we are selling more glucose monitors and whatever else, that metformin and all that. They were very happy. But it's growing. And do you know, if you exercise, and I'll tell you, exercise is just one part of it. If you exercise, the risk of these major death diseases goes down 400%. Okay? So there is no pill, there is no injection that can reduce the risk of these diseases 400%. Only exercise can. So that is a good insurance. One is that. There are 3 parts to fitness: exercise, diet and sleep. Exercise is some cardio and weightlifting. Everybody has to weight train. Everybody. Not only bodybuilders. Why? Because we lose muscle as we get older. All of you will. Okay? We will all die. I promise you. Okay? Aim is to not go like this. Aim is to go like this. That's all we can, fight. We cannot do like anything else. To go like this, start with higher muscle to begin with, so that as it goes down, you're okay. One of the other big reasons people suffer in old age or even die is falls. People fall down. We all have family or somebody in the family who has had a hip fracture in old age. They never really recover from that. It's just the quality of life is never the same again. If you have muscle on you, when you're falling, your hand will grip something. You're less likely to injure yourself very badly. So you need to weight train. Cardio for your heart, that's fitness, right? Second, let's talk of sleep. How many of you get good sleep here? And so you can see less than half. And that's usually typical in every audience I go to. Less than half the people sleep properly. How can you live a happy life if you're not sleeping properly? I told you, it's very practical advice. You're not sleeping and you think your life will be amazing. It's not possible. It's just not possible. Sleep is when you recover. So it's part of fitness. There's no point going to the gym if you're not sleeping properly, because you need that recovery. You need good sleep. It recovers you emotionally, physically, all kind of things happen. There's a whole industry around sleep, but yeah, you should have a dark room. You should not sleep too late. Don't check Instagram in your bed. It's not a good idea. Go with the circadian rhythm. When the sun goes down, Automatically your body starts to feel tired. If you put too much artificial light, it's going to get confused. Same way, don't wake up too late after the sun comes out. Come out in the sun for 10 minutes every morning. You know, these things will go a long way. The room should be a little bit cooler. All kinds of these things are there. Then it comes to diet. Listen, dude, I don't have to tell you. मेरे को एक बात बताओ, सर आपकी फेवरेट मिठाई कौन सी है? गुलाब जामुन. गुलाब जामुन अगर अच्छा हो तो कमाल का गुलाब जामुन हो सकता है. Like amazing गुलाब जामुन होता है ना. Okay, let's take another मिठाई, जलेबी. People like जलेबी कमाल की हो सकती है, कमाल की जलेबी. ठीक है, let's take some savory items, चाट, भुजिया, कमाल की भुजिया थी. पकौड़े, कमाल के पकौड़े थे. कमाल का खाना नहीं खाना, नहीं खाना. जो खाना, क्योंकि आप देखो जो दूसरी गोभी है, गोभी अच्छी होती है, गोभी कभी कमाल की नहीं होगी. गाजर अच्छा होता है, गाजर के हलवे की बात नहीं हो रही है, ठीक है. गाजर का हलवा कमाल का हो सकता है. गाजर अच्छी गाजर है, बहुत बढ़िया गाजर है, कमाल की नहीं होती गाजर. कमाल के मूली नहीं होती, कमाल का फ्रूट नहीं होता. लाइक अभी अनलेस मैंगोज एंड ऑल, बट देन अगेन यू आर कमिंग इनटू द कैटेगरी ऑफ मिठाई. देन डोंट ईट कमाल का खाना, or eat very little of kamal ka khana. It's very simple. The problem with this kamal ka khana means it's super tasty. That's why we say kamal ka. If it's super tasty, scientifically it's called hyper palatable. When it's super tasty, we cannot control portions. Cannot. किसी ने आज तक 1/4 जलेबी नहीं खाई, राइट? गाजर बोलो ये आधी खानी है, हाँ ठीक है, और भी कम खाएंगे. कोई भी आदमी अच्छा खाना खा के मोटा नहीं हुआ. ऐसे कभी नहीं हुआ कि यू नो यार सब कुछ सही था, बस ये गाजर ज्यादा खा गया. इट नेवर हैपेंस. एवरीथिंग वाज ओके इन हिज डाइट, पर वो टमाटर इसने इतने खाए ना, टमाटर खा खा के मोटा हो गया. नहीं, इट्स ऑलवेज समथिंग वेरी टेस्टी दैट इज द कल्प्रिट, एंड यू हैव टू एडमिट एंड सरेंडर इट कि आई कैन नॉट फाइट यू ड्यूड. So you have to give that up, because ये कमाल का खाना आपको मार डालेगा. It will kill you. It is literally taking you to your death. I'm sorry. Don't shoot the messenger, okay? I didn't make the rules. Have a little bit. It's okay. But the day your day is incomplete without some kamal ka khana, that's the problem. You know, that's where you're in the grip of this kamal ka khana, and ye gulab jamun to Shamshan Ghat is not far away. That is the route. चाशनी में बहते हुए चले जाओगे आप, ठीक है. Rule number 2, master your emotions. Emotions are great, right? Human beings feel emotions, joy, sadness, happiness. I'm a writer. Without emotions, I'm nothing. Like my writing will have nothing in it. But think of every major bad decision you made in your life. It is always about emotions. Right? It is always emotions that lead you to bad decisions. Even when you pick up that third gulab jamun, that is an emotional decision. Right? Or you are sitting in a meeting and your boss is talking nonsense and you say, you shut up, you idiot. Because it felt good emotionally then. And then your career is gone. Right? Or for love, people do all kinds of crazy things. All kind of things. You pick up a fight in a bar. All crazy decisions happen during periods when emotions are controlling you. You cannot have emotions control you, because ultimately they will lead you to disaster. They need to be there, but you can't have them control you. Number 3, this is the most controversial one actually, because I've done so many talks and I can give you the best motivational advice and what to do and this, that, but this is what stops Indians. We do not prioritize ourselves. We cannot. And if you do not prioritize yourself, what will you do with all the greatest advice in the world? What does this mean? What does put yourself first mean? We Indians are very community conscious people, right? We want to be seen as a good father, a good mother, a good daughter, good son, good boss, good employee, good friend, good relative, good neighbor, good, member of IEEMA, or whatever. We want to be seen as good member, contributing member to society. What does that mean? Someone else is saying you are good. Someone else is giving a tick mark, okay. Someone else is giving you that validation. Someone else is telling you, you are good. What that does is your entire life you are living trying to get approval of other people. Trying to make sure that these people are okay because I care about their opinion. And then sometimes in that what you want gets crushed. Is crushed. Like and let's take the most extreme example, which is in India is very, very accepted, like kids. People do everything for kids. They give up everything. In fact, my friends say also, अरे यार अब we are old now, अब तो बच्चों का टाइम है, अब क्या तू मोटिवेशन वगैरह करता रहता है, हमने अपनी जिंदगी जी ली है, अब बच्चों को मैंने कहा तूने अपनी जी लिया तो तू मर जा फिर, because then if you don't matter, then so I have twin boys and they left for college now, they both left same time, and what do they call people whose kids leave? The couples, empty nesters. So my friends came home here in Bandra only, I live, so oh, empty nesters, huh? I'm like, dude, I am living in this nest. How is it empty? I made this nest. I am still living here. Tinka karke maine ghonsla banaya. Now I have more square feet to me in this nest. You are saying it's empty nest. जैसे हम अंडे के छिलके हैं, चिड़िया उड़ गई. What is this? This is a mentality. My son can party till 3 in the morning, drink whatever beers, hopefully he's not drinking that much, but who knows. 7 in the morning he'll be back in class, he'll be fine, he's 20. His body bounces back. I have a big night till 3 o'clock. In 1 week I have not recovered. It is true. Who needs more care? Me or him? पर हम बच्चे कर करके तो what motivation, how are you going to improve yourself? बाद में करेंगे, अभी तो बच्चों के लिए करेंगे. You know, you want to be a good bahu, my mother-in-law will make a face अगर मैं जिम जाऊंगी तो बनाने दो. Who cares? But you want to be good daughter-in-law more than you want to be fit. तो बस हो गया. You want to be good father, you want to be good mother. आज तक हुआ है किसी बच्चे ने आके मम्मी को बोलो, Mom, you did too much for us. अब अगले साल अब अपने लिए जी लो. Or Dad, you work so hard for us. Next year you enjoy yourself. Go watch World Cup. Nobody is going to come. Nobody is coming to save you. Nobody is going to put you on a journey of self-improvement. Nobody cares about you unless you care about yourself. And if you think you will sacrifice your happiness to make other people happy, you are wrong. You cannot be an unhappy person and make other people happy. वो होता ही नहीं है. That's not how life works. Oxygen mask पहले अपना, फिर औरों पे लगाना है, right? Fourth is master simple English. Like I said, these rules I've written for all Indians. Many of you guys don't have this problem, but so I won't spend time on it. Just need to know simple English, not Sashi Tharoor English. Okay, even I don't know that. Chetan Bhagat English is okay. No cheap dopamine. This is an important concept and we are all in the grip of it today. So I want to explain it to you. We've all heard of dopamine, little bit, you here, there. But it's little misunderstood. People think of it as something, some pleasure thing. It is, it's a pleasure thing, but it's more important function. What is it firstly? Firstly, it's a chemical in the brain. It's a neurochemical. It's like comes from a tap. You can imagine like a lemon in the brain that gets squeezed and releases dopamine. What does it do? It creates pleasure, but it does something else. It is get more of this. Get more. It's the chemical of getting more. Aur chahiye. If I keep a plate of chips next to you, really tasty chips, you'll have one listening to my talk. You'll keep having and it'll be gone. What is happening? Some motor function is happening. Some brain instruction is going without you knowing and it is picking up that chip again and again. That is dopamine making you do that without you even being aware of it. When you check Instagram reels, one after the other your finger keeps moving and half an hour later you're like, half an hour ho gaya. You don't even remember any reel you saw, but your brain was just getting, because that releases dopamine. Something sensational you see, something interesting, crazy you see, it releases dopamine. Many things release dopamine. Food releases it, gulab jamun releases it, cigarettes release it, alcohol releases it, porn releases it. Anything fun, pleasurable is releasing that. What is it there for? What is the original function kya hai? Default setting kya hai? Which we have totally spoilt now. Default setting is, it is to be released when you make an effort. When you make effort, let's say you go to the gym and you have a very tough workout, you go for a run, you have a run. You spend a whole day in office, tough day, lot of things were required, lot of focus, painful. But when you are driving back home that day, you feel good. You have a good feeling, yaar. Aaj acha kaam hua hai. You got back from the gym, aaj acha workout hua hai. Aaj acha run hua. Aaj acha, if it's your kid, I studied well today. That is your brain rewarding you for making effort. Otherwise, next day you're not going to make that effort. Dude, iska koi fayda hi nahi hai, maza hi nahi aa raha. It's subtle. It's not gulab jamun jitne maze. You know, oh, it's not a hit, it's not a high, but it's a good feeling. That is reward for effort. That is the system of dopamine in our brain. But today we human beings are so smart, we have learned to hack it. We have learned to hack it by saying, like, if you make an effort, the lemon juice gets increased and it gets released. But we have now learned straight away go and squeeze the lemon. काम क्यों करना है? काम नहीं करना है. सिंगल मॉल्ट खोलनी है. आ गया डोपामिन. तो जिंदगी का मजा इस बोतल में है, वो नहीं है. वो डोपामिन आपका स्क्वीज हो रहा है. ओके, आई वोंट जज, करो. द प्रॉब्लम विद दीज, ये जो है ना, ये सस्ते नशे हैं. ये चीप डोपामिन है. ये कमाया हुआ नहीं है. When you don't earn it, what happens is you squeeze the lemon, the juice becomes less. Then next time you need to squeeze a little harder and harder and harder, and the juice becomes lesser and lesser and lesser. इसे कहते हैं अय्याशियां. तो कहते हैं ना अय्याशियां हो रही हैं. अय्याशियों का चक्कर यह है कि वो भी आपको मार डालती हैं. Because you need more. जो पहली बार सिगरेट पीता है उसको क्या किक मिलता है सिगरेट से? Ask a smoker after 5 years, if they don't smoke, they don't feel normal. They're not smoking to feel good. They're like, dude, if I don't smoke, I'll have a headache, I'll feel sick. I need it to just get to baseline, which a non-smoker does not. So that's what these things do. This is called an addiction. And you can get addicted to any ayashi. Ayashi का मतलब ही लत पड़ना है. तो whether it's gulab jamun or gambling or sex or any of these things or Instagram reels, you can get addicted to anything. What is the good way to check you are addicted or not? If I tell you leave this thing for 30 days, can you leave it? Or is the thought like, oh my God, what is he talking about? I can't leave Instagram for 30 days. You're addicted. I can't leave cigarettes for 30 days. You're addicted. So once you're addicted, it's a grip on your brain. You're not going to be able to live to your potential. You're not going to be that happy because the only thing that you need is this then. It's the addiction you are feeding. Your body, your brain, everything is around this addiction. You're not free. You're imprisoned. And therefore you have to get out of it. How do you get out of it? It's the same solution. Give it up for 30 days. If you give up for 30 days, whether it's sweets or anything that you feel is causing a problem in your life, like I said, it's actionable. It is going to be uncomfortable. Your brains will have to rewire. But after 30 days, it will get reset. The lemon will grow back to normal size, and then you can even reintroduce that thing in your life, and it won't be as addictive. And you will be very aware with intelligence that this thing is so good that it can control me. So don't get addicted. So that's cheap dopamine. Number 6, chase hard things. This is why it is not about the silk sheets and grapes and chasing cheap dopamine. It is life. You need hard things. You need tough things happening in your life to feel good. I know it's counterintuitive. You feel like life should be easy and soft and chill, but no. I will tell you today the secret to life. Secret to life is stress recovery. Stress recovery. Stress recovery. You need stress. You do need it. Problem is too much stress, right? You need stress. Whether you go to the gym, you are stressing, and then you recover from it by sleeping, resting, whatever. You need to work, and then you need to relax and repeat the cycle for the rest of your life. If you feel that one day I will finish all this, I will just chill in life, that is a life of only recovery, 100% disaster, because you are going to abuse substances, you're going to have mental health issues, you're going to have anxiety, you're going to have depression. If you do have nothing to do in life, it is the worst thing. That's why some of the biggest industrialists are still working, right? Also, they have to do some weddings and all that. But, you know, but still, kuch to challenge chahiye. You need to have these challenges. A nice quote I read once was, life is uphill. Zindagi chadhai hai. It's beautiful green mountain. You can enjoy the beauty of this mountain, but you have to climb up every day. It will never get easy if you want a good life. If you want a good life, it will never be easy. Easy life and good life do not go together. So you need some hard things that you need to chase yourself. Eat the elephant. If I tell you, how do you eat an elephant? It's 3,000 kilos per elephant. You'll say, what, crazy? But I said, there is elephant for dinner today. It's lunch also, I know, aane wala time. And for breakfast also there's elephant, chai pe bhi elephant hai. Elephant hi milega aapse roz. Then in a few years you will eat an elephant. Will it be boring? Yes. Will you feel a sense of satisfaction ki maine hathi kha liya on the 5th day? No. You'll probably eat 2-3 kilos a day. After 2 years, will you feel like, wow, I ate a whole elephant? Yes. That's how anything is accomplished in life that is worthwhile. कोई भी worthwhile achievement आपकी है life में, it requires eating an elephant, which means a slow, long, boring process with no reward on a daily basis. जो ये कर लेता है, they achieve big things. Setting up a business is like that. If you look at all the achievements of mine that are mentioned, even today, it's IIT, it's IIM, it's these books and these movies. Each of them was an elephant. To get into IIT, I had a big elephant of the JEE exam. Same for IIM. Writing a book, 1 page a day becomes 365 pages a year, which is the first draft. Same way, you know, it works for movie scripts or whatever else you want to do in life, even for fitness. 1 week, 1 day you go to the gym, nothing will happen. 1 week also nothing will happen. But 1 year, you will be a different person. You have to eat the elephant. The good news is you have to eat only 1 or 2 elephants in your life. Then it's enough. People consider you successful. But if you think you're going to get success without eating this elephant, it's not going to happen. It's not going to be your success then. You have to go through a boring, painful, long, rewardless process for a long time. Number 8, be the cockroach. Cockroach is my role model animal. It is not for people, but for me it is, and maybe it will be for you also. People say eagle, lion, you know, all kinds of things. Leopard, cheetah, tiger should be, but for me it's this because it's the most adaptive creature on this planet. No matter how hard you work, no matter what you do, how disciplined you are, avoid the dopamine, you will have this issue that the world will keep changing. Electricity industry is changing. No matter what you do, no matter how great your expertise was, it will change. For me, when I started writing, there was no smartphones. There was hardly any internet at that time. Today everybody has a smartphone, so who is going to read books? Well, I had to compete with smartphones. And people are on Instagram. Well, I better get on Instagram. People are on YouTube. I better get on YouTube. It's got nothing to do with writing, but I had to do it to stay relevant because the world changes. What do you mean world? You also change. At 18, Sandy in college doing wheelies on a bike is considered super cool. Same Sandy at 38 doing wheelies. Sandy, what are you doing? Do you have a job? Do you have assets? Do you have a home? Is there an EMI? And your name is not Sandy, it's Sandeep. That's what happens. So you also change. I can't be the same as I was at 30. So you have to be this cockroach all the time, because cockroaches were there at dinosaur times, they are there even now. You know why? Because they adapt. They don't care. They can live anywhere. They were like, we used to live in the jungle, we live in Bandra now, it's okay. We used to eat like insects, now we'll eat Kellogg's, okay. They are living in the gutter, they are living in sofa, they are living in bathroom, kitchen, anywhere. Think about this, they are multinational companies, Baygon and Hit. People are going to work, finance, HR, everything will be there, no, in those companies. Where are you going? Dad, the kid must be asking and saying, we are going to office. Why? To kill cockroaches. Okay, have they been able to? What are they doing? They have capital market support, government support. There is no society for saving cockroaches. For dolphins, turtles we have. We don't have, but we have killed all the tigers. Cockroaches you can't. You know why? They adapt, they get used to the spray. It's like single malt for them. Arey le aao ek Baygon on the rocks. It's okay. That's the attitude you should have. If the industry is changing, okay, we'll keep changing. What would a cockroach do? He's not going to complain. Oh, we have to shift from kitchen to the bathroom. Arey theek hai, wahan ke apne maze hain. You have to have that attitude. And we all hate change. We all hate things changing in our life, but that's the only way. You know, change will happen. There's another quote, nothing's going to change if nothing's going to change. I know it sounds silly, but it's very deep. Nothing's going to change if nothing's going to change. If you don't change anything in your life, nothing will change in your life. If you keep doing the same things, your life will remain the same. So if you want something to change, change something. Connect with people. I think I have to tell this to engineers a lot. I think you guys maybe know, but at least with my friends who are engineers, we love being domain expertise and we hate people. And my friend, I remember, came once, you know, I'm in an IT company, I was in the top 4 and one guy had to be promoted. I was much better at coding, I was much better at this, but that guy sucked up to the boss better, he got promoted. It's so bad, unfair world. I said, why didn't you learn to suck up? Who told you to learn more coding at this point in your career? You know, should I launch courses on sucking up? You have to become a people person. Business is all an excuse. This is all nonsense. Electricity, banking, all this is just an excuse. Cars. It's not about the industry. It's always about people. Business is about people. And if you don't understand people, this is going to be a problem. Your growth will get limited. And you have to connect. So that's why events like this are great. You're networking. This is important. This is what it's all about. Domain expertise, who cares? It's okay. Nobody cares. If you're a good people person, you'll get someone with domain expertise and bad people skills, and they will sit all night and work. Ask EY, they will tell you. I'm joking, please EY, if anybody from EY here. ऐसा नहीं कि मुझे बुलाओ मत अपने event पे, but I'll come and leave. I will not do an all-night event. Okay, it's your fault. We do not like to take accountability for all the nonsense happening in our life. We say, you know, if my wife was more supportive, I would have had my own unicorn, my own startup. Or like a woman, if my husband was not so lallu, I would have my own business. He's so unsupportive. Or like, whatever, if my parents had brought me up more strictly, I would be more disciplined. If my parents were more lenient, I would be better, they were too strict. कुछ ना कुछ करते हैं हम. There is a template sentence we use. If others behaved better, my life would be better. If others behaved better, my life would be better. If there was a different government, if there was a, I don't know, different city I lived in, whatever. It doesn't matter. Nobody cares. And it's a deadlock sentence. If others behave better, my life would be better. Okay, end of story. How will you improve now? You can't. But you say, it's my fault that I got affected by that lallu husband. Then you have a game changing. You have the action plan. Okay, next step, I will not get affected by him. Arey, how can I lose weight? I want to eat salad at my home. Everybody is making pakoras at 5 o'clock. No, it's your fault. Go for a walk at that time. You know, close your nose. Go to the other room. I don't care. Take accountability. You have to say it's my fault. Your marriage is not working. It's your damn fault, okay? Don't blame your parents. They got a bad arranged match for you. कोई guarantee है क्या? नहीं चल रही तो तुम ठीक करो या छोड़ो या जो like something. If you don't like your job, if you don't like your business, who's going to fix it? Nobody's coming, bhai. I'm also going to leave only. You have to fix it. And you can only fix it by saying, it's my fault. I was a fat kid and I had to decide, it's me. But I kept blaming, I'm Punjabi, Punjabi to patle ho hi nahi sakte. हम तो खाना छोड़ ही नहीं सकते. आपने कभी किसी पंजाबी भूख हड़ताल पे जाते देखा है? We don't. When we are upset with the government, we eat more. But that's wrong thinking now. I have to say, dude, you are putting things in your mouth. Get more discipline, whatever. So, finally, earn, save and invest. For those working, for those having businesses, fine, enjoy. But for those who have jobs, I can tell you just from a job you cannot become rich. And it's more fun to be rich. Even though it's not enough, like I told you, there are many other rules in life you have to follow. But it's nice to be rich. And for that you have to earn, save and invest. You cannot just think that a salary will make you rich. Unless you're like Sundar Pichai or something, which most of us are not. Or you're like Steve Ballmer. You know what Steve Ballmer? He's in Microsoft. You know, he was not a founder, but he's richer than Bill Gates now. Because he was the 30th employee and he was a sales head or whatever. And he said, negotiated package, 10% of all profit above today's level is mine. And Microsoft blew up. And after a while said, dude, this is too crazy. Just swap this package to 8% equity. So he got 8% equity in Microsoft, which is more than 100 billion now. Unless you are cracking that kind of a contract, please save and invest. These are the 11 rules again. Now you can take a photo. I'm on Instagram at Chetan Bhagat. You can tag or whatever. I mean, you can just follow. I keep putting some motivational stuff there. Like I said, it's not my main profession. My main profession is still writing. So I do it because I try to put advice that I actually think can help people. I'm not selling any courses. I'm not upselling anything. Maybe I should. I don't know. But it's my passion to help other middle-aged people do better in life. Unique passion, but someone has to do it. This is me. I'm showing you this not because of anything else, but to show that you can have a late start to improving yourself in life. This is me 10-15 years ago on the left. And this is me more recently. The guy on the left is, of course, physically you can see the difference. The younger guy is actually worse. But mentally, I can't show you. But if you see the eyes, you can see the difference. I was not happy. This is at the peak. It's actually at the shooting of one of my movies. I'm on the set. They're making a movie based on my book. But I'm not happy. I'm far more chill and blissed out now. Because I'm following a more rounded approach to life. Not just going crazy over movies, which sounds really crazy, amazing. But then, like I said, it's not where the life's happiness lies. One more, another 10-15 years back versus recent. I started running at 45-46 years of age. And this is a 10K run I did recently, 47 minutes. Just to show you, I'm no athlete or whatever, but it can be done at any age, okay? Not like your kids, ये बच्चों के लिए motivation होता है, सब के लिए है. In fact, you probably need it more because you've lived your entire life trying to serve others and it's now time for you to do it for yourself. So that, my friends, were the 11 rules for life. Thank you. Can we have one more chair, sir? It's a bit odd. Yeah. Yeah. I have one. Yeah.
So that was absolutely fabulous.
Thank you.
Really, lessons for life, very meaningful. I think many of us experience this in our day-to-day lives and could relate to them as well. Some of them are new to us. I think the audience has a lot to take back, from.
Thank you.
Thank you. Really amazing. And I can speak on behalf of everybody. I can also sense the flavor in the audience as well. It's quite remarkable. So I have a few. I'm sure that they have some thoughts, which I thought I can also share on their behalf. And you also expressed this one. The first one I'm going to ask you is, you've done it all. You were IIT, IIM, investment banker, Deutsche Bank, the best of the breed, and Bollywood motivator, life guru, inspirational speaker. Whenever you reach your high point, you change. I know change is constant, but you're an epitome of change. And I think I'm sure they want to know that, when you were reaching a high, why did you kind of sort to change?
Like I said, I mean, there are many movie stars who stay in this neighborhood, and you can imagine, like, someone who comes from Delhi, from a middle class, the first time you made some stories up in your head, and these biggest stars of the country are spending years trying to bring your story to life. And then the movie comes and becomes a hit also, and everybody is making money and getting more famous. It's like a high, like, I don't know, I've not had cocaine, but I'm pretty sure it's better than cocaine, because it is just insane. I remember going to Globus here when Two States was out, and I had a lot of family and they wanted to see Two States, and he said, I can't give you tickets because it's full. And I was fighting with him, but it's my book, and like, come on, you have to give me ticket. And it was actually, I was upset then, but later on I came home and realized, I said, how cool is that? I couldn't even get tickets for my own movie. And it was an insane high. But I keep saying it's a high. It's a drug. Because I saw a lot of Bollywood people trapped in it. Because what happens is, I want it again. Then here comes Half Girlfriend. They want it again. I want this. And then you spend 3-4 years of your life for one movie. In 3 movies, you're 10 years older. And then you're 50 or 40 or 60 and 70. And you've just been chasing highs, which last a few weeks. Because guess what? 3 weeks later, another movie will come. And then they get, oh, what happened? You forgot my movie? Who's going to give me my hit now? Okay, make another movie. So that felt like a drug treadmill, which I didn't feel was the right solution to getting. And many people do. You hear stories of these stars. They get upset if in a restaurant they are not recognized or people aren't coming for photos. I turned reverse. I grew a beard. I kept changing my hair. My hair came out, by the way, with the fitness regimen. I was getting bald and I got my hair back. And I get recognized less, and that's okay, because I felt if I need a life which is beyond this, because if this is all I have, it's very fragile. Secondly, Hamza, I mean, we don't discuss this. We always keep saying, follow your passion, right? I'll tell you the dark side of it. Follow what you love, and I'm lucky enough to find something I loved, and it was successful as well. But your closest might resent you for it. Say for my kids, they feel like daddy has something beyond us that he loves so much. His writing. Other daddies are not like that. They just do a job and come home and we are their world. But daddy gets a kick from this work and we are like also there. And they may resent you for it, and you may not be able to be there for them as much because staying a hit, creating bestseller after bestseller requires a lot of work. So there's a cost. Nothing comes free. So I realized this is the peak. It's awesome. I've had I've come to a few rave parties. I've had fun. But if I keep chasing this, then the high will not even feel the same. Even if there is another 3 Idiots today, it will probably, to me, it will be like, wow, one more nice. But it will not be the same high. So we have to accept that in life. It's not just me, all you guys. You've had professions, you have moments. You're not going to get the same high again and again. It's just life. But if I keep chasing that, the new chapter of my life will not open. So I decided that let's see what else is there in life. That was an amazing phase that happened. And there's still an afterglow. I'm here because of that. But that's not the main focus. So that's how I look at it. I don't know whether it's the right way or wrong way.
It's quite amazing. I mean, that the passion, you peak over there, and then you've reached such a high that, you had, you kind of feel like that's been like not giving you enough. Then. So you're finding the next high, which is extremely amazing, that you keep on kind of finding paths and routes to find another way to kind of scale up.
Sustainable highs.
Absolutely.
Sustainable highs. Like when I go to the gym, nobody's seeing me. When I go to the running, nobody's seeing me. When I'm just like writing something because I want to write it, not because how much it will sell or whether it will become a movie. For example, doing this book, 11 Rules for Life, I know it can't become a movie. It's not a story. But I wanted to do it. And that's high enough. That's my high. It's not a high given to me by the world. I don't need a drug dealer for it. And that's better to have some highs in life which you can generate within you. So yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Yeah. So, you know, this is something which we also relate in the industry. Change is constant, we all know. And in our industry, we also know that, you know, when we build our businesses, you know, sorry, not change. Culture is important. Adapting to a culture is very, very important. And when we build our businesses, you know, it's very important that however successful we are, but if we don't connect to local cultures, many, many large businesses collapse as well. You have very beautifully, along with your wife, navigated two cultures, you know, and that also got a beautiful film, you know, made, which was absolutely phenomenal. So, what's your take on that? I mean, what's your view on culture? How important is adaptation to culture? You know,
I think the ability to adapt is even more important than the competence within your company. Really, like you may be amazing, but if you are rigid, you will die. But if you're not as amazing, but you're very fluid and you keep changing, you'll keep on going with the next thing. And I think all the players here have to realize that. I realize that. And I may not be, like if you ask the literature experts at like professors, they will not say that Chetan is the best author. But I'm still around. I'm the one on stage because I keep adapting to different mediums. I realize I'm not in the paper and ink business. So why be so attached to books? People come to me for my ideas. Same way for you guys, you have to figure out what are you here to do. You are here to solve problems, all energy, electrical energy related problems, for example. And it doesn't matter if it was, you are here to solve the problem. You're not here to sell one thing. And that attitude will get you going on in life. Tomorrow, who knows, AI will run all the power plants. We don't know. But you say, okay, we are here. I would love to find out more. What is changing now? Everybody has gone through it. Like, take an Amitabh Bachchan. The same 70s Amitabh Bachchan, people loved him. Angry young man, fighting away. Suddenly in the 80s, people said, yaar, ye to wahi kare ja raha hai. You know, wo bore ho gaya abhi. And then it was like a moment, many years where there was no brand of Amitabh Bachchan. Then the KBC came or whatever, and look at him now, he's still going strong at 80. So why? Because he adapted. If he had said, I'm a big movie star, how can I come on TV? You know, today it's still acceptable, we have OTT and all, but at that time, for an Amitabh Bachchan to do a TV show, who would have thought this will be a resurgence? So it must have been a very tough decision, but he must have figured, this is it. This is the show that connects and whatever. So you will just have to have that attitude. You will know the answers, but be willing to change. If you think that no, in fact, be the first one to change, I would say. Be earlier. Sit down with your team and say, what are we doing differently from the last 3 years? What do we do now that we didn't do 3 years back? And if the answer is no, we are pretty much doing the same thing. Dude, that's a problem. Today, even a jalebi wala, who do you think is the hundreds of year old business, he has to change. He better have an Instagrammable jalebi. You know, he better have the packaging for delivery. It's very hard to transport delivery, Zomato, a jalebi, because it gets soggy. So what is the packaging? So he has to think. If you really want to go to the next level, but you say, no, my grandfather used to sell like this, I'll sell like this. Okay, maybe you'll sell some. But the real winners are going to be those who just adapt. Rather than saying, अरे अब तो change हो गया, अब तो लोग cheese cake खाते हैं, ऐसा नहीं है. खाएंगे देसी लोग वो जलेबी खाएंगे, जलेबी cheese cake खाएंगे वो. यही है हम. But you just have to go with it, you know. And even a traditional business like that has to change. So you are to tech, yaar. I mean, if you guys, entertainment and tech, these are two businesses. If you do not evolve, you die. Jalebi wala will do more business, less business, he may survive. For tech and entertainment, if you don't adapt, you know, ask Nokia and BlackBerry what happens. So, yeah.
So then, you know, this is which, I'm coming across a lot nowadays with Gen Next, This is about language. When you accomplish something, they say, you've killed it.
Yes.
When they see something good, it's sick.
Yeah.
When you say the jalebi, it's kind of related that, sick, but,
Yeah.
but otherwise, something, you give them a nice food or something, it's sick. And when you can't relate to this, you're a geek. So this seems to be the new cool of today. What's your change on this changing literature?
It's very hard for me because like I said, I have to keep up with this vocabulary. You are at least saying words, but now there are no words, it's emojification. There's no words. People just give vomit emoji and a fire emoji and eyes in the hearts emoji, and that's supposed to mean something. That's supposed to be emotions, and it's hard. How do I write books with emojis? Should I put emojis in the books now? I'm okay with it. I'm okay to adapt, but ask a typical literature student or how MA literature is being taught. They are not teaching emojis, but I think we should, because they are literature. Good or bad, I don't know. I think it has problems also, because some emotions are nuanced. You need words. Just because you put an emoji there of disgust, I don't know, are you being funny? Are you being sarcastic? So we are dealing in strange times of communication. Kids these days don't even like to talk. They want to text. They don't like face to face. Now, I'm not judging, but I think you can, just from a tech point of view, an emoji is 5 kilobyte of data. But when I see your face, that's like a gigabyte of data, because that's your facial expression, your body language. They have done studies that the new generation finds it very hard to figure out. When they sit in a meeting, they don't know whether the person in front is getting bored, he's upset. So when they are in a sales meeting, they don't even know how to read the room, because they have only texted and done emojis. So that is an issue, because a lot of times, for example, when I'm speaking, you guys weren't talking, but I can sense whether you are listening or whether you're not listening, whether you're tuned out or not. A lot of the young generation has this problem because they've never done face to face. What used to happen when we were kids? Our parents used to say, "Jao park mein jaake khelo, niklo ghar se bahar. Khana jab tak nahi banta, ghar aana hi nahi hai." If you think about it, today it will be considered utterly irresponsible. Absolutely. Because I was 10 years old and my mom said, "Get out, go to the park. There is no cell phone, there is no location tracking, there is no thing. Aa jana baad mein, aur jaldi mat aana." And then I would go out there, and then I would be in the park dealing with other kids, making them play with me. Sometimes they will play, sometimes they will not. There is some value in those interactions. You learn. Sometimes you fight. तूने cheating करी है, मेरी batting दे के जाएगा. We think of these things as nothing, but these interactions are not happening today. Now it's like emojis and chat groups. So what will be the repercussion of that? We will see. I'm trying not to judge. I'm trying to think, okay, this is the cool new generation. But I think you need face-to-face.
Expressive. They make a point, so.
Yeah, I don't know. So we'll see how they will negotiate and how they will close deals. I don't know.
So on that note, I think we'll end this session today. It's been really insightful, impressionable, and inspirational.
Thank you for making me feel like an engineer at least for one day.
Yes,
and being in IEEMA.
I was chatting with Chetan, and he was saying that one of the things which intrigued him was, coming back to engineering and meeting engineers today, actually from his otherwise routine interactions. So it's really been amazing. Thank you, Chetan.
Thank you
for this afternoon.
Thank you, Chetan. But
lot to take back from you today.
Don't go away. We still have something in the agenda. Just 1 minute. Hamza, you can keep sitting. So for ELECRAMA, some people say for ELECRAMA nothing is more important than ELECRAMA. And we cannot close this day today without telling you what is happening at ELECRAMA 25. So taking from the rules that you have said, I picked up a couple of them. ELECRAMA rule number 9 follows networking is the most important thing, and for our industry there is no event better to network than ELECRAMA. So must follow rule number 9, what Chetan has said. And rule number 10 If you are not there at ELECRAMA, it is not my fault, it is your own fault. So if you have not already taken a stall, I'm sorry, it is too late. There are no stalls left. But the good news is that there are some sponsorship options which are still there for you. And if you have not yet taken that, it will again be your fault. Yeah? So please do that. And rule number 11, invest in ELECRAMA. See your sponsorship as the investment for your future. So with that, I say, Ajay, can you just stand up and show your face? Anybody who wants to sponsor, please catch hold of Ajay. Otherwise, he will be also hard to get. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you.
We will reconvene for the annual general meeting at 3:45. 3:45 sharp.
I would request IEEMA IoTs to please come forward for a group photo. IEEMA IoTs. All IEEMA IoTs, please gather for a quick group photo.
Very quick, very quick. Move fast. Guys, move fast.